Testing. Hey, Cam. Cairo. Hey, Eli. Hey, Chris. Of course. I, I, we're all going through a lot right now. So, not showing up. Hey, Tracy. Hey, Abby. Hey, Neely. Liam. You guys still hear me? My backup battery kicked off and on. Not sure if the internet went out or not. Okay, cool. Were you watching when Israel intercepted the missiles from Iran? I watched it live when one struck a building on ABC. No, I didn't watch it. I'm really far behind on just the state of the world right now. Hoping to do Hey our flu. Hoping to do news with Tic Tac today because I was helping Mac move for the past 4 days, so I've just been really out of the loop. Big man, Daddy Dan, glad to see you. Hey, Poopy Prophet. You need a Tic Tac day? Yeah, I messaged him earlier. Hey, Aaron. The loop is overrated. Better be out of it. I can also send you some catch-up sources if needed. Yeah, you could shoot them my way. I'll take a look. Hey, there's a lot happening right now. Yeah, I think the goal of this live is going to be to catch me up. And I have missed the past week, too much going on. Yeah, going on. Is there a protest near you tomorrow? Relatively, like within an hour, yeah. I haven't decided what I want to do about that yet. Yo, do not let me start the TikTok live without moving the clothes to the dryer. Going to one near Fort Lauderdale. I'm here on vacation. Nice. Just make sure to be safe. Stay hydrated. Stay vigilant. We need Mad Eye Moody. Hey, Rose. Fake? There's a protest in my town, but I have a horrible heat intolerance, and it's gonna be like 90 degrees. That's fair. Oh shit! It is Friday the 13th. Hey Prince, just realized. Feels like it's been months since the Dan's live. The Dan live, yeah. It really kind of does, huh? Reminder to check your organizations who are hosting the protests and see if they have a history of dangerous slash violent actions. My family member is trying to debate me over whether or not the president should listen to federal judges. I miss the separation of powers, checks and balances, and all that stuff. Okay. Open something up. Oh God. Damn, Liam just sending me bad news. Hey Brittany, blame Liam. I think I'm gonna pregame an ibuprofen or two. Yeah, you're unk. Listen, I helped Mac move the past few days. My body is not fully recuperated yet. I need one of those like the recovery chambers like that Goku had on Frieza. I mean on Planet Namek. Oh, that should be fun, Neely. I miss you too, Starstream. No, she's not moving in. She's just moving into a new place. One day, hopefully. The things I'd do for a healing tank, that'd be some good rest. Or a sensu bean. Oh man. Give me one of those. Dan entering the back to tank like he's Luke Skywalker. Okay, I am gonna move the clothes to the dryer, and then I'm gonna start the TikTok stream. All right. We are to go. Oh, nope. Let me get my water ready. Okay. Oh, I don't have a caption. Something above my head. Maybe we just don't do a caption. You know what? We're trying no caption. There we go. Gluck, gluck, gluck. Caption FDT. I definitely have a spicy debate caption that I'm gonna use soon, but tonight's not the night. I don't think tonight's a debate night. Tonight's a catch-up night. Hey, Shamwow. Thank you for the heart, me. Welcome in, everybody. We are Joe back. What's up, Gav? Hey, Callie. Howdy ho, Mac. Thank you for the heart, me's, everybody. Hey, Moxie. Dan, how long do I have to wait to come on the panel? Usually I wait for like 10K likes before bringing up a guest. TikTok has priority though. We're doing news with TikTok later. No new wars, let's go. Bro, for real. No new wars is crazy. Oh my god. And what's so wild about the no new wars irony, right? That they kept saying, "Oh, no new wars under Trump," blah blah blah, is that like they're not going to blame Trump for any of this Iran Israel stuff. Of course, even though they blame Biden for the wars that had nothing to do with us, of course. And where's the patience gauge? I only have that up for debates. They're gonna say he's being strong and it's good. No caption today. Nah, we're trying something new. And by that I mean I couldn't think of a caption because I don't think we're debating tonight. We're gonna do news with TikTok. I'm just gonna catch up. I've been I was helping Mac move for the past 4 days, so I am very very behind in the world. This is gonna be y'all are gonna see me intake a week's worth of news in like 20 minutes, and just watch the light leave my eyes. Hey Ali, TikTok theme song yet? No. One of these days we have to have. This is what we have to do. Okay. We gotta go. We gotta just do a live. Maybe I'll do it on my backup or on like the non-political account or something. We got to do a live where we go to the Monster Cat library, and we just figure out, what it's gonna play for what. Patience meter for news. Oh no. Would you say Palestine is a country? The international law and the PA says it isn't. What's your opinion? So I don't know where it stands in international law, but obviously Palestine is so Palestine refers to sections both that are not a part of Israel and that are a part of Israel. So it's partially contested. It's a whole thing. Is TikTok coming up? Yeah, if someone wants to share this at TikTok, that'd be great. No banner makes me feel lost. What is the agenda? Okay, hold on. We could put a banner up. Hey, Queen. I'm doing okay. And I'm new to your stream. Who did you support during the election? Kamala Harris. A lot of breaking news within the past hour. Oh shit! All right, maybe we should start with that. Okay, let's go over some news until TikTok gets here. Not gonna lie, I'm really craving Dan debating MAGA. So, okay, here's the thing. I have a caption planned. All right. For debates when I start doing debates again. The thing is, today I want to do news to catch up, and tomorrow we're definitely. I don't even know if I'm going to be live because I might be protesting. Or what I was thinking about doing instead of like protesting, I was thinking about just being there to hand out cold bottles of water to protesters. Because like, I don't know, staying hydrated is a big thing for these things, and it's going to be like 90 something degrees. Oh, you've been out protest? No. I've been helping Mac move, but tomorrow's like the big protest, the No Kings protest. Throwing frozen water bottles. Yeah, tomato. That's still showing support. Plus, you get to be helpful of that. Yeah. Also, if I take like a rubber bullet to the face, it'll be really bad optics for the other side. It's like, damn, that guy was just handing out water. Is there one in Florida? There's a bunch in Florida. The one I'm looking at is the one in Tampa. Where's the rage bait? No rage bait today. We're not gonna do debates today. We're doing news today. But yeah, so today we're gonna do news. Tomorrow might be something related to the protest. I might not be live. I don't know. I don't know anything about what we're doing tomorrow. So news today, even with the sheriff threatening. Well, that's not the sheriff of my county, but I did see that. For those that don't know what that person's talking about, hold on. It was Brevard County, I think. Brevard County Sheriff. Y'all got to see what this man said.
So I'm gonna break it down for you, all right? And if somebody wants to know what I mean by turn violent, all right, this is what I mean. If you resist lawful orders, you're going to jail. Let me be very clear about that. If you block an intersection or a roadway in Brevard County, you are going to jail. If you flee arrest, you're going to go to jail tired because we are going to run you down and put you in jail. If you try to mob rule a car in Brevard County, gathering around it, refusing to let the driver leave, in our county, you're most likely going to get run over and dragged across the street. If you spit on us, you're going to the hospital and in jail. If you hit one of us, you're going to the hospital and jail, and most likely get bitten by one of our big, beautiful dogs that we have here. If you throw a brick, a firebomb, or point a gun at one of our deputies, we will be notifying your family where to collect your remains at, because we will kill you graveyard dead. We're not going to play. This has got to stop. You're watching what's taking place out there. You're seeing police officers that are being attacked, being spit on, being put in harm's way just for doing their jobs. You're seeing ICE agents that are being targeted for doing their jobs. And you're seeing obstructionists that are doing all of this, standing in the way of law and order.
So yeah, maybe don't break the law. Wait, I'm sorry. I just have a quick question for you. Would you have turned in Anne Frank? The guy that said maybe don't break the law. Would you have turned in Anne Frank? Maybe don't hurt officers. You know what? That one I agree with, which is why I disagree with Donald Trump pardoning people that assaulted police officers. I'm glad you brought that one up. Ooh.
Hey, man.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, this makes me feel weird.
Yeah, I got you. Hold on one second. What about Biden pardon murderers? Okay, DB. I don't know if you picked up on it when you said the word "what about," but That's a whataboutism, right? So you're not actually addressing it, right? You don't care about cops. You admitted by saying that, you acknowledged my point. You're like, yep, Trump pardoned people that assaulted police officers. I don't care about police officers, but I want to make him feel bad about Biden. Okay, so you acknowledge that. Thank you for saying that you don't care about cops. Perfect. So your first argument had nothing to do with protesting, nothing to do with breaking the law. You don't care at all. Second of all, what murders are you talking about? Anyway. Hey.
Hey, man, how are you?
I'm doing okay.
It's been a crazy ass week.
Yeah, and I've actually missed most of it. So I'm going to be getting a lot of news for the first time in real time on this live. Like I just found out. I just found out about the senator that was essentially assaulted for asking a question. I'm sure we're going to go over that.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's start off with some good news. Let's start off with the let's go over 6 actual good newses that happened this week.
Wait, hold on. Wait, can we either spread them out or save them to the end?
Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah, no, that's cool. We'll spread them out. I'll pepper them in. How's that? So
perfect. Okay, let me just put up my quick news with Tic Tac caption. Alex Padilla, he's my senator and he's very loved here. Okay, let me do the quick caption. No, he was disruptive to a meeting. Oh no! Wait. Dean Hensley, was he disruptive to a meeting? Oh my god! I didn't know that. I thought he was just going to church. He was disruptive at a meeting. Why didn't they unalive him right there? Sorry. It's gonna be hard to hold the sass in for these comments. I can't. It's disruptive at a meeting. Oh no, not a meeting. News with TikTok.
all right.
Okay, and caption is go. All right, let's get started.
All right, man. So let's start with the obvious. Brevard County Sheriff came out. You just played that. Mm-hmm. He's specifically talking about unaliving protesters. Now the thing is, we don't see. There's a difference between riots and protests, right? We understand that violence buildings can't experience violence. That a car doesn't have feelings. Violence is perpetuated towards people. So when you see people who are protesting, you have to understand it's not cool for us standing on the outside telling the people who are being oppressed how they should react to the boot that's on their neck. Because while we're arguing what should be done or how they should protest, that boot is still on their neck. Let's not forget about that. Donald Trump has moved the military into California, not only California, but other states as well, Texas. They're going to go into Philadelphia. They're already in Arizona as well. He's using the Marines and the National Guard to arrest citizens now. They've brought lawsuits to the courts. A judge ruled yesterday that he's not allowed to do this. That it is against the Constitution, and then that was immediately appealed, and then another federal judge put a stay to the original ruling. Judge saying that he can't, the original ruling, so that way he can continue this until June 17th when they're going to hear it again. But until then, he just gets to do whatever the hell he wants until June. Chances are, even if he does lose that, this is going to continue all the way up to the Supreme Court. Who knows where it's going to go from there? But as of right now, the military is on. I mean, he's been in office less than 6 months, and we already have Marines, boots on ground within American cities. This is fucking wild.
Really quick before we continue. So I had not heard about the. So you're saying the ruling that ruled it unconstitutional, that's not currently in effect right now.
Nope.
Because of the stay.
It went into effect and then immediately was appealed, and then another federal judge, I think it was out of District 9, I'll have to check it. I'll have to look into that, but a federal judge put a stay to that ruling, and they're going to hear it on the 17th. Today is June 13th, so that gives him 4 days all the way into the weekend and into next week to continue doing what he's doing, and just essentially taking our civil rights away and using the military to do it. So he's sidestepped all legislative, all states' rights, and he's federalized the entire military to go into the states, and he's allowed to do it for now, until the judges, until the courts step in next week, hopefully. But in the meantime, FIFA is going on. We have the World Cup that's going to be in America. It's going to be, so let me read this. President Donald Trump's immigration forces are set to be deployed at FIFA World Cup games to provide security. They've already warned people, if you are here as a visitor, make sure you bring all paperwork to the games with you, because you could be deported. They could just scoop you up and take you away. So that's extremely important. What the World Cup is the largest. I mean, there's nothing bigger than the World Cup. It's the largest watched sports match in the world. All eyes are on America right now. This isn't good.
Okay, there's a story I want to look into a little bit more deeply here that someone just mentioned in the comments, and I think you touched on it with the Marines being deployed in LA. Apparently they detained someone.
Yep, I haven't gotten there.
Okay.
If you go to your Instagram, all these stories I'm going over, I've already sent to you, so that way you can pull them up in the background if you want.
Oh, okay. Let me log in.
You're going to go to your messages. I've got 20 messages to you right now.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Let me log into my Instagram. One second.
I look like the biggest stalker ever. You never respond.
Yeah, I just I never check Instagram. I forget all the other social networks, social media apps. Okay.
Yeah, no, I put them all in one place, so we just go over them right now.
Okay.
But yeah, so an incident took place at the Wilshire Federal Building in Los Angeles, where Marines took charge of the mission to protect the building earlier on Friday in a rare domestic use of U.S. troops after days of protest over immigration raid. They did temporarily detain and arrest a gentleman. Of course, the very first person that the military arrested was a black man. But I think that's kind of important. So what we're seeing with the Brevard County Sheriff, I think that emphasizes a lot of things. I think it's extremely important that white people, specifically white people, we put ourselves on the front line. Because if anything happens, they're going to be a lot more hesitant to start firing off. If it's people of color, we've seen this historically. They don't have problems sicking the dogs on them. They don't have problems turning the barrels on them, turning the water hoses on them. White people specifically need to step up tomorrow. Put yourself in the front lines. That's just a word to the wise.
Yeah, this is this was essentially proven on January 6th.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if that was a group of black people rather than white people? I couldn't fathom how different the response would have been.
I think like what the sheriff said. I mean, that's their intent. Their intent is to cause these things to happen and give them a reason. They're just looking for a reason. They are preemptively in this hypothetical situation. This guy has planned out all these reasons. If they do this, we do this. If they do this, we do this. This hasn't even happened yet. These protests haven't even happened yet.
Yeah.
And he's already given the green light for them to unalive protesters.
He said, if a cop gets spit on, you're going to end up in the hospital. That's an interesting escalation if I've ever heard one. The idea that he's preemptively setting this up to prevent any kind of peaceful protest is wild to me. I do want to say two quick things before. I don't know why I did that. Two quick things before we continue. Number one, can we just get some W's in the chat for Tic Tac? Always coming in and dropping the news for us, because he usually, I didn't even realize this, but he has all the links prepared, and he puts in the work to make sure that we're all informed. And I really do appreciate that, Tic Tac. Show him some love.
Thanks, guys.
Both in chat and with gifts as well, if you feel so inclined. Second thing, okay, I gotta reply to some comments here. There's so many yappers in the chat, really quick.
Obama.
So just if you could hold the next story. All right, so
awesome. Thanks.
Jimmy, what is the issue? You said that the people on the left that are at the protests are destroying us. Can you explain that? And for that DB guy before, just for everyone that saw what he was saying, just so it's clear for mods and everybody, if somebody's attacking me personally, I don't care. It doesn't bother me at all. But you know, the moment he starts,
I do. I'm sensitive.
Yeah. Jimmy.
Speaking of which, can you do me a favor?
Oh, okay.
Can you move Can you move Marco? It looks like he's sitting on my head.
Yeah, I got you.
I just noticed this is awkward.
We don't like it when they attack you. Well,
Appreciate it.
yeah, no problem. Rose, the thing about that is when they attack me personally, it's like that makes me feel really good because it means that just us talking about what their cult leader is doing gives them such a visceral reaction that the guy said I have neurological problems. Like, okay, that's so that's cool with me. I don't mind that. But obviously, if they start being racist or misogynistic or transphobic or anything like that in chat, you can go ahead and mute them. But if it's just me, let them have it. Gets under their skin. Yeah, exactly. Makes me feel ready to fight. Did you see that Trump said Alex Padilla looked like an illegal?
Ooh, no, I didn't see that.
I'm gonna double check that. Okay, so Jimmy said that he doesn't like Johnny. Let's see why. Let's unravel this mystery here. Johnny Palms Raza or whatever his name is. Okay. Dan, are you protesting tomorrow? So I'm not sure. If I do go to protest, I'm highly considering just going to hand out cold bottles of water. That way I can still help out and stay vigilant without being too involved in the I get really claustrophobic if there's a lot of bodies. But I like the idea of keeping people hydrated.
I don't like people either. I don't blame you.
Did you see what Trump said about Greta Thunberg? Is that recent? Okay, hold on. Let me look at the Trump. Padilla. Tic Tac, are you in a rush at all? Just
Nope.
Okay, cool. Trump is calling handcuffed senator vile racial slur.
I haven't heard this. I definitely haven't fact checked it.
His leading biographer. All right, it says Michael Wolff. Trump saw these pictures and then has been on the phone saying to people, nobody's ever heard of this guy, as though that's an excuse. And then he's gone to say, and he looks like an illegal. So, of course, this would involve. It's not gonna matter to MAGA because the moment it comes from someone else's mouth, it's like, okay, well, Donald Trump has 30,000 documented lies, but if it's a he said, she said, they're always gonna take Trump's side. But yeah, this is coming from Michael Wolff that said he looks like an illegal, which obviously I believe that Trump said that. Like, why would we not believe that? That's very Trump coded. This is the same guy. Hold on, for Trump supporters that are like, oh well, that doesn't sound like something Trump would say. I mean, I'm just gonna pull this up really quick, and you can. This is something that came directly from his mouth. Not hearsay, not third party. What do you think about this? Donald Trump says there is a lot of bad genes among migrants in the United States. What are the bad genes he's referring to?
Brown people.
Yeah. So
I mean, this is straight out of how propaganda works, right? This is Joseph Goebbels type propaganda. What does he mean? What can you infer from that? Well, people can infer different things, so it gives plausible denial. I didn't say brown people are bad. I just said the people who are coming into this country are spreading diseases. They're ruining the blood of this country. I didn't say it was brown. This is how propaganda works. Plausible denial. Dog whistles. That's all it is.
Erica wants uppies. I don't see her invite. I'm not sure if she canceled it by mistake. It's so obvious to those with empathy. Yeah.
The Greta one. I heard somebody say something about her. Why does she perpetually look 12 or something like that? I don't know if that was from him. I did hear some slanderous talk, misogyny. They always any females that they perceive as a threat. They like to infantilize them.
It was a typo check request. Oh, what am I checking for? I'm a little lost, Eric. I'm sorry. He said she was a hateful person. Yeah, I mean, wasn't he beefing with her when she was 17? Like, this is nothing new. This is what's so wild is that, like, the stuff we talk about now, it's already been so many beyond the pale things. Like, you remember when? So he was beefing with her when she was 17. That was already weird. Remember when he just tweeted, "I hate Taylor Swift"? Why is the president of the United States tweeting that they hate an individual American citizen? Like, it's so fucking weird. This guy's so weird, man. You can't mute the
I'll
truth.
be honest. That was the day I became a Swiftie.
That was it. Okay, Jimmy, zero followers, zero following. Tell me, Jimmy, why did you make an account just to be upset about Johnny Palmadessa? I'm curious. Okay.
I don't blame him.
I've seen so many cruel comments about her appearance, infuriating. Yeah, that's something that happens a lot, just in regards to women in general. And this, you know what? I'll even call out my side as well. Women usually get more comments about their appearance, even if the reason you don't like them is because of the things they believe in. Dan, look at the Boyle Heights story I sent you. Oh shit! Right, hold on.
So you want me to pepper in some good news now?
Yes, now's a good time.
Okay. Donald Trump failed to persuade the federal appeals court to reconsider the $5 million verdict won by E. Jean Carroll after a jury found that the U.S. president essayed and defamed the former magazine columnist in 1990. In an 8-2 vote, the Second U.S. Court of Appeals in Manhattan on Friday left intact its December 30th decision by a 3-judge panel to uphold the jury's award. So he lost the appeal on the $5 million verdict. The separate appeal for the $83.3 million verdict is still going on. Like he hasn't won or lost that one. He has officially lost the E. Jean Carroll appeal for the $5 million. So that's big. They want to say that he's won them all. He never went to. He officially lost the appeal. They're not going to hear it any further. In his denial, which repeated a similar denial in 2019, Trump said his the former columnist was not my type and made up the RAPE claim to promote her memoir. Jurors decided in May that Trump had essayed Carroll. I'm sorry, May of 2023, that he had done that to Carroll and defamed her by lying. They did not find that Trump R'd Carroll as she had claimed. So that's the difference.
Okay. Well,
that's the good news
for everyone saying that was going to be overturned. I can't wait for them to come out and finally be against Donald Trump and say, you know what, I shouldn't have supported a sexual assaulter. Something tells me that that's not going to happen. All right, Jimmy, here we go. Here it is. Jimmy is claiming that Johnny voted for Donald Trump. Is that? You have any evidence of this?
That's a wild claim.
Those are fighting words where I come from. I'd rather someone call me ugly than say I voted for Trump. Like, damn. Okay. Next story. Oh, wait. Before you go to that one, hold on. Liam sent me this one. I don't know if you were going to cover this, but let's do this one real quick. Okay. Boyle Heights arrest sparks outcry after tear gas used on car with family inside. Community members are speaking out.
I was not going to cover that.
Following the arrest of a man during a traffic stop in Boyle Heights, where the man's vehicle was tear gassed by federal agents while his partner and 2 kids were inside. In the video, 2 unmarked gray vehicles cornered a white sedan, preventing the vehicle from moving. 3 to 4 men who appeared to be wearing law enforcement vests quickly exited the cars. A witness on the scene said the federal agents told the driver to get out, but when that didn't happen, they shot less than lethal rounds. It appears the vehicle was also tear gassed. The driver, later identified as Christian Damian Sterno Camacho, exited with his hands up, surrendered, and was taken into custody. The incident happened Wednesday around 10:47 a.m. at the intersection of Whittier and Calzona. The witness also said a woman, her toddler, and her newborn were in the car at the time of the incident. Citizen video shows the woman holding her child and walking away into a store nearby. In a separate video posted by ICE, the man could be heard telling agents he has kids in the car. According to the family of the driver, he was wanted in connection with an incident that happened at an anti-ICE protest in Paramount over the weekend. I don't think. Did we watch the video? Not saying watch the video. Jimmy, he's straight, not me, but he is. Okay. Okay. maybe in some world you can convince me that Johnny was tricking us all and voted for Trump. But you're not convincing me Johnny's straight. That's that ship has sailed. Okay, let's watch the video. Okay, so hold on. They literally crash into the. Oh, I didn't turn on the. Sorry, guys. What do they mean by attempted to flee? Wait. Hold on. All right, now we're gonna read what they said. Okay. Didn't I read attempted to? Am I losing it? When Homeland Security investigators tried to arrest Christian Camacho for the assault, he attempted to flee. He was ultimately arrested and taken into custody.
Hi. So this is kind of blown up, at least locally, since it happened. They are all US citizens. One of the babies was hurt. They shot pepper balls into the car. One of them hit one of the babies in the back. They have not released the guy that was detained, the boyfriend. And then both vehicles were out of Texas. Neither one of the cars was registered to ICE or DHS. So the white car eventually pulls over, and then the other two cars get out for a minute, take him into custody, and leave. So it's the LAPD and sheriff's department are investigating it for a hit and run. These vehicles are not registered to DHS. So they don't know where he is. He's not showing up on any of the detainment registries. LAPD doesn't have him in the system. I don't know in the last couple hours if he's been released or not, but I know as of this morning, they didn't know where he was.
That actually leads me to another story.
Yeah, you're going to see them. So he has no weapons, no nothing. He's a US citizen, valid driver's license. He had been seen the day before at one of the protests. And apparently they live not far from where this got stopped. There was the pickup truck in front of them was actually behind them originally and pulled around them to stop them from making the right into the intersection. But it looks like whoever these people were outside of their home and watched them leave. Like this has become kind of a nobody's quite sure what happened, and DHS is just they're not giving us anything, and LAPD has essentially said that as of right now, they don't know who those vehicles are registered to. Both of them were out of Texas, and they fled before police could get there.
Yeah, I don't even know where to begin with this.
So we've had quite a bit of this over the weekend and into this week. I don't know if he deputized people, but we've got what look like civilians who have no badges and I assume no authority here that are assisting and making stops and detaining people, but they're not part of DHS. They're not ICE agents. They're coming from different states. The vehicles aren't registered to anything. I'm not sure what's going on, but I know that they are literally picking people up off the streets of my city and nobody knows where they're going.
There was actually another report of this in Fairfield, Pennsylvania yesterday. Somebody dressed up as an ICE agent walked into an auto body shop, tied up the woman behind the desk, threatened the other people, stole $1,000, and left.
Yeah.
Wow. Um. Okay, I need a second to process this. All right, I gotta go back here for So let's just for now we're gonna put aside the fact that they're just abducting people, and that ICE's danger is so prevalent that people are taking advantage of it now. Put that aside for a fact. I just need to talk about how in this statement um, from DHS they claim that he attempted to flee, but we watched the video just now. Between the time that they pointed guns at him and the time that his hands were in the air was less than 15 seconds. Within 5 seconds, they had fired the tear gas. How did he attempt to flee? In what way? His tires aren't moving. They claimed he punched an officer. Right.
He was also they only lived a couple blocks from there. Like they really couldn't have fled anywhere.
So the claim that he punched an officer is the reason for the arrest, allegedly, right? That he punched an officer at one of the protests. That's the reason for the arrest. But when he was being arrested, not only, first of all, I agree with Kai. I would flee from an unmarked car too. Yeah, I mean it's scary alone, given that they're unmarked and they have no identification. Well, there's also no attempt in the video that I can see. He wasn't getting out of the car and running. He wasn't driving.
I also want to point out that even if he did, ICE is not allowed to arrest civilians in California. That's the police's job. They're allowed to detain people on um, for their immigration status. They're not allowed to stop U.S. citizens and arrest them. They don't have the authority to do that here. That's the police's job. And the police have nothing, no arrest warrant for this guy, nothing.
All right, I'm gonna watch it one more time here. So they get out of the car, point. I don't know if it's a gun or a less lethal round, whatever it is. Okay, this is at 7 seconds. Okay, at 15 seconds, so 8 seconds later, tear gas is fired. What happened in that 8 seconds that warranted tear gas? When there's children in the car. And again, this is ignoring the fact that they're unmarked. This is ignoring the fact that we don't even know where they are right now. This is just us watching the video in front of us. Okay, because all that other stuff, right? The Republicans can say, "Oh well, you know, it'll come up. The DHS isn't going to reveal blah blah blah." I need an excuse from the Republicans to explain that 8 seconds. What happened in that 8 seconds that would have warranted tear gassing children? That's what I need to know from
They also
Trump
hit the
supporters.
back door of the back seat, the back passenger hard enough that it sent the door into the baby's car seat.
Oof, yeah, I see that. You guys are asking questions like this is rational? Okay.
There's a couple other videos of it too, including there's one of them interviewing the girlfriend just before the fire department showed up and took the babies to the hospital. I say babies. One of them was a baby. The other one, I think, was like 3 or 4.
Okay. I think I'm ready for the next good news story, Tic Tac, if you have one.
Yeah, let me find it.
You can kick me down if you need anything on the Alex Padilla stuff. It's pretty interesting where it's gone. That one's going to be fun. to watch play out to see if they react to the fact that the Constitution was violated and that senators are immune under the speech and debate clause of the Constitution. So, Article 1, Section 6, when you get a second, it's well worth the read.
Okay.
But you can kick me. If you need anything, let me know.
Thank you so much, Ange.
Thanks.
All right.
Good news. The U.S. State Department ordered diplomatic posts around the world to resume processing of Harvard University student exchange visitor visas after a judge halted Trump's latest attempt to block international students from coming to the institution, reports CNN Politics.
Okay.
Gotta take it where we can get it, man.
Take it where we can get it. All right. Next bad news story. Go ahead.
I lost it. I lost it looking for the good one. Hold on.
No, you're fine. Just a heads up, y'all. If you at me on Discord, it's very unlikely I'm going to see it. You're better off just DMing me.
Doug! Thanks, Doug. Doug's awesome.
Oh, hey, Doug. Thank you for the...
All right. Tom Homan has come out and admitted that they're not just working on people who are illegal and the criminals and the gang members. He wants to take down everybody. He says that just because they're focusing on criminals doesn't mean they're not going to scoop up everybody else in the meantime. He's actually put out poster boards on the White House lawn of mugshots of immigrants. Literally arrested, wanted posters for immigrants.
Okay, we gotta look at this.
Yeah, this is happening. I sent it to you.
You sent it on Insta?
It's from the yeah, it's in the LA Times. It's the Tom Homan one. This operation is not going to end, says Tom Homan, President Trump's chief advisor on border policy. Though workplace raids have focused on workers, Homan says, the administration also will be looking at employers who hire people in the country illegally. So Donald Trump made a reversal of his immigration policies yesterday. I don't know if you guys have heard about this. He specifically named farmers and oh crap, my wife said something in the background and got my mind. Farmers and restaurant workers and such things like that. He's going to allow immigrant workers to work on farmland and other industries that are, I mean, like the what is it? Housing, hospitality, maids and such. I think it's something like 41% of hospitality workers are actually undocumented workers. So they're here, they have paperwork, but he wants to ease their mind, I guess, in saying that the raids aren't going to happen within those areas. Then Tom Homan comes out and he says this. He says that not only are they going to start focusing on or keep focusing on workplaces raids, they're also going to start focusing on the people who employ other people who are here working either illegally or just undocumented. We saw yesterday a bunch of videos come out of ICE literally chasing people through strawberry fields and tackling them, chasing workers at car washes. Chasing workers at Home Depot, people standing outside of Home Depot looking for day labor, which is just they stand there and people come up and say, "Hey, I'll give you $100 to come, do
help me move,
whatever,
or,
landscape, or help me move or something." So we have seen these videos coming out of them actively attacking, not criminals. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they pick strawberries in the daytime and then go run cartels at night. I don't know. Could be, I guess, but they're not looking like criminals. They're looking like workers, if you ask me. So that's still going to continue to happen, even though Donald Trump says tries to ease their mind, the farm workers and the hospitality workers. Tom Homan turns around and says, "Nope, we're rounding them all up." So
they're essentially at odds here. What Trump said and what Homan said.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, it would be interesting if Trump actually went through with that, with the reversal. Donald Trump, despite Trump's claim, no policy change underway for migrant farm workers. It'd be interesting if you went through with that because it would basically admit that undocumented migrants are good for our economy, and that's a huge concession on his part to say that.
We would crash if it weren't for immigrant workers, and I hate the fact that actually happens because I'm so far left. I almost tripped into communism yesterday, right? Like I really want to protect workers' rights. Labor rights are extremely important to the working class, and we're never going to get out of these cycles unless we protect labor rights. And that means immigrant workers too. That's how I feel. So
Yeah.
like
it's actually it's an interesting conversation because it's like us brain havers recognize that mass deporting people in these industries is bad for the economy, and it's also unethical. But if we had a president, or or the Overton window was like in a normal place, if we had like a regular president, then we could start talking about the fact that a lot of these migrant workers aren't treated properly, aren't paid properly. Obviously, they're paid less than their American counterparts, but to the point where it's not really it's not fair by our standards. But this is a conversation that we can't even have because right now we're in a situation where they're just being hunted down in unmarked vehicles. So like I get what you're saying, but man, is that a conversation that's like so far from where our Overton window is right now.
Yeah, no joke. But, we do have things that we can look at. We can look at South Korea. South Korea tried pulling some stuff last year, right? We cannot forget what happened to their prime minister. 1 million people in South Korea, which, that's about 7 million people on an American level. 1 million workers stood up the day that prime minister tried to declare martial law within their country. All of Hyundai stood up and said, we're not coming to work tomorrow. This isn't going to happen until you get rid of this guy. And we have to understand, like, those numbers aren't inaccurate. It's 43% of farm workers, they're immigrants. They're undocumented workers here in this country. If they all unionized and stood up and said, we're not going to work tomorrow, I mean, how long do strawberries last on plants before they spoil?
Yeah.
It's not going to last long. Billions of dollars, and if we affect capitalists, if we affect capitalism, they'll start paying attention. That's just my argument. We don't have to hurt anybody. We can hurt their wallets. So the immigrants need to unionize. That's my point. I don't know. I'm not trying to tell people of color or marginalized communities what to do, but shit, that would work. All right. So have we even started with Iran and Israel?
We have
Right.
not.
Iran?
Before we get into
Okay.
that, if we could do the Alex Padilla story.
Oh yeah, for sure. So Alex Padilla, he's a senator. he interrupted a meeting yesterday with Kristi Noem. Kristi Noem is the Homeland Security secretary, and she was giving her spiel about how she likes to hurt goats and dogs, how she doesn't care about people of color. I mean, she was just going through it all. I made that last part up. And Alex Padilla, he's a senator. He stepped up and said, I am Senator Alex Padilla, and I have questions about what's going on in this country. Our country is being, and ICE and other FBI and cops, they all just swarmed on him, pushed him out of out of the doors, into the hallway. And once they got in the hallway, they threw him on the ground and handcuffed him and detained him. They arrested the man because he had questions about our government to our government, and this is authoritarianism. This is how it works.
And
Yep. There you go.
Trump's lead biographer is saying that that Trump said that Padilla looked like an illegal. Sounds like something Trump would say. I mean, let's be real here. Okay. There's a comment on Twitch.
Oh shit! I have breaking news.
Breaking news. Okay.
Matt, the angry vet, was just arrested at a protest at the state capitol.
Oh shit.
Hold on. Ah, shit. Sorry, I thought it was a talk, but it was just music. I'm gonna send this to you. Hold on one second. You can play it.
Yeah, he's talking about USMC Angry Vet.
Yes, USMC Angry Vet. I know Jolly Good Ginger is out there as well. I don't know if he was arrested, but it looks like
Jolly has a video of why.
I hate this timeline, man. I hate this timeline.
Okay, hold on. Anyone tell me Jolly Good Ginger's at? Just Jolly Good Ginger.
Yeah, could this be Jolly Good Ginger?
Actually, it's on Olivia Juliana. She has it on her page.
Olivia, okay.
Thank you, Rena, in the chat. Rena's a Russian spy, but she's pretty awesome.
Okay. U.S. veterans were just arrested.
My daddy served in the army. We lost.
Hold on, let me make it bigger. Sorry, chat. Well, they were saying that Jolly Good Ginger had the explanation for why he was arrested. Wanted to for that real quick. They were sitting on the Capitol steps.
Just broke through the barrier in front of the Capitol building, and they're currently holding a sit-in on the Capitol steps, demanding that the government take military off of United States streets. Let's watch it happen. We got people breaking through the barriers of the Capitol building. We got people breaking through the barriers of the Capitol building. People that are breaking through the barriers of the Capitol building, rushing the Capitol steps. We got people rushing the Capitol steps right now.
Let's go! Somebody get Brittany out!
Capitol Police are responding to the break. Capitol Police are responding to those who broke through the Capitol barriers. They're taking a seat. They're taking a seat on the Capitol steps.
Other side of the bike rack.
They're taking a seat on the Capitol steps.
Pay attention. What's going on?
I see it.
You busted him? Busted him
They
up.
tripped over the barricade. We got veterans who broke through the barrier at the Capitol. Veterans, military off our streets. The veterans say military off our streets. They're taking a sit-in on the Capitol steps. To sit in on the Capitol steps, breaking through the barrier. Capitol Police responded to it.
That's literally good trouble, like the term. For it looked like they were escorted in. So I know I'm gonna have to say this a few times to the non-thinkers watching this, what the differences are between this and January 6th. So none of the veterans there attacked police officers. None of the veterans there broke in to the building. None of the veterans there were threatening to harm any politicians or anyone for that matter. They were sitting, protesting for the Constitution. If you think that that is the same as January 6th, then two things. There's two things. Number one, your brain's not working functionally. Okay? Because very clearly, they didn't smear shit on the walls. They didn't erect a gallows to hang the vice president. And number two, more importantly, if you think that those are the same thing, then you're totally okay with this. You must be, because you're okay with Donald Trump pardoning people who did way worse, pardoning people who assaulted police officers. But then you must be very okay with this, if that's the case. So,
Hey Dan, I just sent you a video on Instagram. It's of my hometown in Tucson, Arizona. They're fighting back against ICE agents raiding an apartment building. Kind of show you how we do it in Tucson.
okay. Do you know who Madame Coco is and why she doesn't like you? Just curious.
No idea. Why? What'd she say? I have a lot of people who don't like me, man. I don't.
Said, why are we platforming Twink Tack?
Twink tack. I don't know how to take that.
Yeah, I don't know how to.
Hold on, I gotta let my dog out.
Process it. Okay, I just clicked the link. Who doesn't like TikTok? I don't know. That's probably the first person I've heard to not like TikTok.
Literally.
Not on Pride Month. Wait, hold on. While TikTok's letting the dog out, I got a meme for you guys. Speaking of Pride Month.
All right, I'm back. Sorry.
This might be the first time we've had so many specific haters. Like we have a dedicated Johnny hater in chat. We have this person got on a new account.
What's a twink tack?
I don't know.
Is that like a Twinkie and a Tic Tac?
Bots? Yeah, I don't know. So we have a Johnny hater. We have a Tic Tac hater. What's happening?
Hey man, you'll never make it big until you have haters. You know that, right?
That's true. I've been following Johnny's live out of LA every day. Listen, Johnny's doing big things. The moment he saw those protests breaking out, he flew to LA and has been recording. He has been recording evidence essentially because we know how this is going to get spun, and him being on the ground actually showing what's going on is super important. So like, I don't know why people wouldn't be happy.
He's
with
in the
Johnny
heart
right
part of this too. This whole thing is in like a 4-block section of downtown. He is in the middle of the worst of it. That's the worst of it, by the way. Literally,
Johnny
the
had
worst.
me so worried. 2 nights ago, I'm watching his live, right? And he turns around. It's like the sun is setting, and he turns around and there's this wall of police about 20 feet away from him. And all of a sudden, they just start surging forward, start marching forward. And Johnny goes, "I gotta go," and he turns the live off. And I didn't hear from him for like 12 hours. I was asking in the mod chat. I was asking, like, I texted Pickles. I'm like, "Hey, check on Johnny." Johnny was fine. He was fine. I think he's always gonna be okay.
That's so scary and worrisome. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is really scary. And I didn't even. Okay, this is anecdotal. Obviously, this is anecdotal. But I was on Facebook earlier today. All right. Yes, I know, boomer, whatever you want to call me. All right. I still use Facebook because they don't let you not have Facebook if you want Messenger, and I use Messenger for my Pokemon card business. Anyway, bad start. Yes, I know. There was a news story about the No Kings protest in Tampa. And the comments were essentially just people making threats. Dan, can I add you? Yeah. Just people making threats. Like, oh, you mean National Speed Bump Day? Or, hold on. I screenshotted some in case I wanted to send them to the FBI.
Yeah, I saw those. I saw that.
Bring it. Let's go play Frogger. Like these are on Facebook with your full government and everything. I just don't understand how they can be so open about hating the First Amendment, and second of all, being like filled with murderous lust. It's actually wild. The FBI is compromised. Oh, that's true too. Oh my God, wait. Okay, I'm gonna go on so many tangents. I'm making a video. Okay, I'm gonna make a video. I don't know if it's gonna, probably not tonight. Give me a day to compile the clips. Kash Patel and his stance on Jeffrey Epstein before he was in the FBI, and now that Elon claimed that Trump was in the Epstein files. So 180, like the complete opposite. He went from there is no way that that Epstein unalived himself to nope, there was nothing shady about that, and it's it's not really the FBI's purview to investigate that. Like it went from oh yes, Quinn, yeah, oh Quinn mentioned this. Hold on, while we're on that topic, Trump handpicked Alex Acosta as labor secretary when he was the prosecutor who charged Epstein on a single charge of solicitation in 2007 instead of a bunch of child-related stuff. So Trump would have those files released if he's innocent, but he doesn't. Yeah. So Kash Patel was criticizing, back when Biden was president, he was criticizing the Republican House for not subpoenaing the Epstein files. That's how much he wanted them released, and that's how certain he was that his enemies would be implicated in them. And then now Trump is president. He is Trump's FBI, the head of the FBI. And he says the FBI it's not out of their purview. And he also doesn't think that there was any kind of conspiracy. It's really, really interesting. And I'm going to put the clips together for a video. I don't remember what made me get on this tangent. Let's go back.
He acted like he had never seen them before and had never heard of the files before. It was so weird.
Yeah. Oh, and he said, Joe Rogan asked him, okay, so like, have you seen the videos? And he's like, yeah, there's not many videos or something. When Pam Bondi just recently said there was like tens of thousands of videos. Oh my God. Yeah, it's a lot. I'm gonna compile all the clips and put it in a TikTok soon. But all right. Epstein, Kash Patel, FBI. You said the FBI was compromised. Yes, because of the threats on Facebook, because of the No Kings protest, and why did I get into that? I'm trying to track the tangent that I went on. Can you remind me?
It's called ADHD, honey. You didn't have a path. It was just wherever you landed was where you were going.
I'm not lying. There are no files. The information on the Epstein case is a collection of civil law. Then I sent you a story about ICE raid at a kid's birthday party. Yeah. There's a bunch of stories that you guys are sending me. I'm waiting to see if TikTok gets to them, and if not, I'll bring them up.
You want to go back to Padilla and clear that one out? Finish that story out?
Oh, yes, we were talking about Padilla. Right.
TikTok, you want to go?
Oh, I was kind of done with the Padilla. So there's so much going on right now. Well, I've got hours worth, but I don't want to go all that long.
No, I remember how we got here. We were talking about Johnny and how it's really dangerous. And then that's when I said about the threats on Facebook. That's how we got here. And the reason we were talking about Johnny was because there was a dedicated Tic Tac hater in chat. And the reason, and that made me remember the dedicated Johnny hater in chat. We found it. All right, we found the ADHD line. Okay, we tracked it down.
We connected the dots.
Yes. Okay. Now we can get back on track. All right, we talked about we did talk about Senator Padilla. Ange, if you had any
Yeah, just real quick. So he was actually there before that press conference started. He has an office in the building. It's in our federal building downtown. He was meeting with one of the generals to talk about coordinating what was going on with the Marines, where they were going to be going, and the National Guard's next 7-day plan up to that point. So he was already there. It happened that a couple of people he was supposed to be meeting with were inside of the press conference. If you can, really quick, pull up something called Speech and Debate Clause. It's Article 1, Section 6 of the Constitution. So senators have their own immunity as well.
Okay.
They can say whatever they want.
Is a provision in Article 1, Section 6 of the United States Constitution that protects members of Congress from being questioned in any other place for any speech or debate in either house. essentially provides immunity for legislative acts and related communications. The protection extends beyond mere speech and encompasses actions taken in the course of legislative business, such as committee reports, resolutions, and votes.
So he's the ranking member for the immigration, what do they call it? The immigration committee for Congress. So that was part of his active, what he was supposed to be doing as part of his job, not only as a senator for a state, but also as the ranking member of the committee. So he was there on business. Not only is that his office building when he's in LA, he was on there for official business. And anybody that's followed politics for any point in time, good trouble, is asking questions when speeches are being given, asking questions at opportune times. And this was the most opportune time while she is spouting off bullshit about what's going on in our city. He had a question. They detained him. They put him in handcuffs. They took him and questioned him. So essentially violating his constitutional rights, not only as a civilian, but as a senator. This is why there's members of both sides of Congress today that are freaking out, because now we've gotten into a place where Congress isn't safe anymore. Not with things like January 6th, but our own government is detaining them. So for all of you that I was arguing with earlier in the comments, because I had nothing better to do but argue with you, he was there on official business. He's protected by the Constitution. Senators also have immunity. And what happened was a violation of his rights. All he was trying to do was ask a question on behalf of our state and the committee that he chairs. But that's it. I'll get off my soapbox.
No,
I'm
that's
done.
not a soapbox. You're just spitting facts. Is all that's happening.
I'm frustrated because they've been in my neighborhood, they've been around my job, they've been to places where I have friends and family that work, and I've watched my city scared to death for the last week. And I'm tired of the misinformation and bullshit that's all over the internet about people thinking that we're just burning our city down. I'll say it again, 1,000 times till I'm blue in the face. I lived through the '92 riots. If you think that what is happening now are riots, you have obviously never seen us celebrate the Dodgers winning a World Series or the Lakers winning a championship, because we've done far worse. We do it yearly, as a matter of fact. It is peaceful. It is not dangerous. We are targets more to LAPD at this point, than we are to them. So take a moment and stop looking at 20-second clips on the internet, and maybe talk to somebody that lives here, that's down there, and maybe get a real story. Johnny's doing a great job. He is when I say he is in the middle of it, he is in the dead center of where this is going on. Los Angeles is 500 square miles or something like that. This is in less than a half square mile of Los Angeles this entire thing is taking place in. So to say that the entire city is burning and that we're destroying our city in California, but it's literally it's tiny. The area is smaller than a baseball field. So take a minute, educate yourself before you continue to spread misinformation about on the internet, because it is hurting people here, whether you realize it or not. That's it. Now I'm really off my soapbox, and I'm gonna go get some dinner.
Thank you so much, Ange. W's in the chat for Ange.
Anytime. Thanks, guys.
Dan, have I told you about my bubble revolution?
No.
Okay, so I've been floating this idea across TikTok, and I've gotten pretty good response out of it. I think we should start a bubble revolution. They sell these machines. They're bubble machines. They're handheld bubble machines. There's a 2-pack of them. They got this bottle. You put soap in it, and you screw it on, and it's like a water, squirt, but it's with bubbles. You don't even have to keep dipping it. I say we go to protests, 400 or 500 people strong, and they're all both double fisted with bubble machines, and we start a bubble revolution. We flood the streets with bubble. What are they going to do? How are they going to fight? They can't see. Who are they going to attack? They can't see past all the bubbles. So this actually worked in other countries, right? We saw Estonia do this with the singing revolution. We saw the flower revolution through the Middle East. That was impressive. These things have happened in the past. We need to start a bubble revolution. We all get together at protests and we blow bubbles. Millions and millions of bubbles. I think it's going to be extremely inconvenient for everybody involved. They won't be able to see. They won't be able to get into their stores. This is going to be a protest that will go down in history. We need to start a bubble revolution.
I'm not going to read it, KP, but I saw your comment. Yeah, I mean...
I know. Some guy's going to be all holding up a sign, I'm Bubbles, but whatever. We can get past that. We can do this. We can blow bubbles and start a revolution. That's my idea, man. That's my idea. That's how we're going to get out of this.
They'll shoot saying they thought it was a gun, especially if held by a black person.
Jesus Christ.
Honestly, that's not even,
yeah. That's why I say it's important that white people are on the front lines within this bubble revolution.
So that reminds me of something. I haven't brought this up, I don't think, since I started going live, because it's a particular story, I guess, just hasn't come up. But do y'all remember what police did to Tamir Rice?
Yes.
Because I think about him like once a week. This is a 13-year-old child that they just pulled up on and executed. So the idea, sorry, I didn't mean to kill the mood, but the idea of people using like bubble guns or whatever, bubble machines, bubble toys, and not getting shot. I don't know. I agree with that commenter. I think that's a real that's a real concern, genuinely. Ringo Starr, parentheses or quotations, execute. What would you call it when a 13-year-old boy is standing on a sidewalk and cops pull up, and within 12 seconds that 13-year-old boy is dead? What would you call that if not an execution? Oh wait. What was the guy that got taken out by over 50 rounds for a cell phone in his backyard? Fuck, who was that? Oh, the fact that there's so many of these stories that I can't remember the name. I remember what you're talking about. Don't forget Trayvon. Was it Arbery?
I'm sorry, I was reading. What was the question?
The man who was unalived by police because of a cell phone in his backyard. I don't think that was Ahmaud Arbery.
No, Ahmaud Arbery was jogging.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, Arbery was running in Georgia. Yeah.
Thanks, Obama.
Arbery was jogging for sure. Thank you, Secret Squirrel. I'm trying to remember who it was. Okay, now y'all got me. Stephen Clark. Unarmed man killed by police who fired 20 rounds at him. Yeah. Angry typing. Yeah, Brittany got it. Ahmaud Arbery wasn't even killed by police, right? He was killed by just some white guys. If I'm remembering my story straight.
Ahmaud Arbery? Yeah, he was killed by two white guys in a truck. They chased him down. It was very 1940s America kind of feel to it.
It was a modern day lynching, period. Like, no other way to put it. I also remember one.
They went to prison. They went to prison.
That's good.
Yeah, 100%.
Was he a retired cop? I don't remember that, but
I don't think so.
I do remember. So this is an anecdote. Okay, this is some deep Dan lore. Dan doesn't even support ICE. ICE supporter 101. Okay, why would I support ICE?
Bro, I'm so mad at ICE. I unplugged the fucking ice machine at the store the other day.
Dan doesn't support Gestapo. Oh no. Okay. So when I first moved to Florida, I tried to like play poker about once a week. I would drive to a casino and just like, it wasn't necessarily going to be like a job or whatever, but I just it was a lot more accessible to play here than it was in New Jersey. And I stopped pretty soon after because I just didn't like driving, and I also didn't have the mental focus to sit and
Poker's
or numbers
rough,
in my head.
man. Poker's rough.
Yeah, but the reason I bring this up is I remember sitting at a poker table, and it was they were talking about the different killings of black men by police, and I remember talking with somebody who voted for Trump. Actually, is that I don't know if they voted for Trump, but they were Republican. I'll say that. I was talking with a conservative, and even they were like, okay, well, for Eric Gardner, that guy did not deserve to die. And for those that don't remember Eric Gardner, he was selling loose cigarettes for $1.
The cigarettes. Yeah, the Lucy's.
Loose cigarettes for $1, and for some reason that led to his death.
That's where I Can't Breathe came from.
Yep, that's where Eric Gardner still haunts me. Yeah, it was Eric Gardner and Tamir Rice were the ones that really hit me super hard. But man, and Philandro Castile. That guy was complying. That was the. Oh my God. Yeah. Didn't go on this tangent. Okay. Let me go
Tyree Nichols, the cops who unalived Tyree Nichols were just acquitted.
Tyree Nichols.
Tyree Nichols was the individual who I think he ran a stop sign or something like that, and they pulled him over. They roughed him up pretty hard, and he took off running and got away, and they ended up catching him later and beating him.
I can't talk about Tamir Rice. Yeah, Erica, I don't blame you at all. That video, like I can still picture that video vividly in my head, even though I haven't watched it since it happened. I can still picture it vividly in my head. Hey, Quinn.
Hey, Dan. Hey. I just heard you talking about that. The case actually, like here in my hometown, just ended at a mistrial for the cop that murdered Patrick LaHoya. The dude, have you heard about that case?
No, which one is this?
It's the one where, like, it happened in 2022, and a cop basically, like, tackled this guy, and he, like, executed him, like, put the gun to, like, the back of his head, and, like, sorry, I don't know if I could say that on TikTok, sorry. He essentially, like, executed this guy, like really, really bad, and it just ended in a mistrial, and they refused to retry him. If you want to look it up and talk about it, you can read about it, but yeah, it, like, ended, like, I think in the end of April here in Michigan, Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Can you give me the name again?
Patrick LaLoya. I think I'm saying his name right. It's Patrick Lyoya.
Patrick Loyola? Okay.
Yeah. He was murdered like three years ago or something like that, and the case just ended in a mistrial. But this was huge in my city.
He was laying on top of him?
Yeah, he apparently, I think from what I recall, apparently he was like driving under the influence, and he had like tried to flee or something, and he like jumped on top of him, and instead of like tasing him or like holding him down, he like just put the gun to the back of his head and shot him. Blatant, like it's crazy, and it just ended in like a mistrial, and I guess they refused to like retry him. I haven't really read super into why they didn't retry him, but because it's like a hung jury, like they couldn't like deliberately, like, nobody could come to a unanimous decision.
Well,
that's horrible. This happened in my hometown.
Damn.
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
Dan, can we move on from these? Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
I agree with
kinda...
Malik said it really well. Can we move on from the trauma? Not gonna lie, the current news is depressing enough without old wounds.
Yeah, I was gonna bounce out actually. This is kind of getting to me a little bit. I need to go hug my wife, get some food in my belly, maybe take mass amounts of narcotic. I don't know, something to make me better.
Hey, at least I'm in a
I didn't mean to kill the mood like that.
Yeah.
No, you're right. You're good, man. This is. I don't know. Be safe, everybody. I'm like pro asteroid at this point, but y'all be safe. Be safe tomorrow. God damn it, be safe tomorrow, please.
Thank you so much, Tic Tac, as always.
You guys take care.
You too.
It's super, super scary right now living in because my city is considered like a sanctuary city, and like many immigrants come here. Like when I just in high school, a lot of my people that I went to school with were from all over the world, like Nepal, like different places, and everybody's just scared right now. Like even people I talk to, like that are coming into my job, are just scared, and it's just awful. ICE is like in my city now too, and everybody's like protesting for tomorrow, especially, and it's just yeah. So if you're gonna go out there, be safe, guys. I'm gonna
100%.
drop Dan, but I'm gonna be here listening.
Thank you so much, Quinn.
Yeah, of course.
I recognize we haven't talked about Israel and Iran yet. I'm going to keep going over news. Just in a bit. All right, what is this guy's problem? What do you want about?
What do you mean, what am I on about?
You're crashing out in the chat. What's wrong?
I said you're scared to debate.
What are we debating?
Well, for one, you look like the sloth from Ice Age, so let's debate.
Oh, you got me. What? So is that your side of the debate?
No, I just said support Ice, and you don't.
Why
Don't
do
know
you?
why.
Why do you support ICE?
You see the video of the guy getting trampled by the horse after getting shot in the back of the head? It's hilarious. That's what you get for trying to protest and riot.
Down for just a little bit longer. I almost have your IP.
Yeah, that's
Fucking weirdos, man. Fucking weirdos.
Hi, Dan.
Hi.
So I just have a really, I actually came here and it was a pretty tough conversation moments ago, but it's always good to remember everyone. But I did come specifically to this live to share with you some very special news that's happening in my life. I walk my dog every day and I live in a progressive city. And there was one guy that had a big Trump sign nailed all the way around the border to a tree. And it wasn't even that, I mean, the sign is one thing, but it was nailed into this tree viciously. And today it was gone. I don't have to walk by that hideous sign nailed into that tree. And y'all, things are changing and it's going to be hard and it's going to be slow. But to me, it literally brought me to tears to see that gone. So keep doing what we're doing. Go out and protest tomorrow and have fun doing it. Do it when we protest in my city, we have the Raging Grannies and they sing. They're a bunch of grandmas and they sing together. They've been protesting for, probably 40 years, So, yeah, keep going. Keep your chins up. We got this. Love you all.
Love you too. Thank you for coming up. Okay. I'm gonna go through all the news links that people sent me. I'm gonna go through all of them. Okay, just give me 1 second. I'm gonna go through the guest list really quick. All right, what are you on about?
Hey, sir, how you doing?
I'm doing.
So, do I talk about Trump or?
I mean, you requested. So, what did you request to talk
No,
about?
I'm just bored. What do I talk about? Like, what are we talking about? What's the topic?
We were going over the news.
Like, what's been happening recently, or?
Huh?
Oh well, I personally feel like it's unnecessary.
The
This
news
type
is
of action that's happening.
okay.
If you look at the comments, they're very disrespectful. I'm not a big fan. Let me read the comments.
What is with these guests that are laughing at their own jokes? I'm getting really weird vibes. Like, I just don't. Tim Walz cooked with the Republicans a weird thing. Comedy is legal again. Girls don't talk to them, obviously. What do you think? Do you think there are studies? I'm actually looking this up. Okay. We're going on a tangent. So if this tangent ends up being entertaining, thank Carrie. But if it ends up wasting time, blame Carrie. I'm just kidding. Girls don't talk to them, obviously. Is there a correlation between voting for Trump and wait, I have some we can watch. Voting for Trump and lead poisoning. Voting for Trump and camouflage clothing. Wait, I like that you guys are filling in the blank. I'm trying to find. Okay, so what I'm trying to find is if there is a correlation, but other than demographic correlation, because obviously, if you're male, you're more likely to vote conservative. That's just statistically that's how it has been going, right? Other than demographic correlation, is there an additional correlation to incels voting for Trump? Voting for Trump and not having a loving mother, other than inbreeding. Like I feel like there has to be, but I'm curious if this is studied or even can be studied. Because I don't know how many people are openly like answering that survey. Like, hey, do you get any play? Okay, and did you vote for Trump? Like, I don't know. Hey, Ashley. I don't know. Voting for Trump and getting zero play. Yeah, exactly. Quinn took the words out of my mouth. I'm curious if the gamer bro to alt-right pipeline. Bad dental care. Wait, I think it's the red pill. I saw a very, very interesting post about how Gamergate is part of the reason why Donald Trump was able to win 2 elections. Like, the timing of when Gamergate happened and how that influenced young men podcast. Got a source on what you're looking for? LRDC. Wait, you have a source on what I'm looking for? Oh, hold up. Brains of conservative voters have larger fear center. No, so this I knew. I knew that conservatives were a bunch of pussies. This I knew. Well, I'll pull up the study, but this one this one was never a question. Like this has been studied time and time again that conservatives are more likely to be afraid of stuff. They're big old pussies. But my question is if there is any empirical data that that incels are more likely to vote conservative. Obviously, just based on vibes, I think that's probably the case. But I'm curious if that study exists. Anyway, sorry, I went on a tangent. Go to our League of Legends. All conservatism boils down to is fear of others. Yeah, or at the very least, like current conservatism, because like the word conservative doesn't necessarily mean that. Thank you for the heart means everybody. The word conservative. Thank you for the go popular, Ashley. The word conservative didn't used to mean that. Like Theodore Roosevelt was a conservative, and that guy fucked. You know what I mean? And that guy wasn't afraid of shit. But conservatives nowadays are just bitch made, man. There's a link between brain damage and conservatism. Conservatives are, by definition, holding us back as a society. Dan, what is Gamergate? So, are we doing the rest of the news? Path, I swear I'm doing the rest of the news. I needed to lighten up the mood a little bit because that, like, we broke Tic Tac, and I don't blame him at all. But I'm gonna get to all the rest of the news. There's people that sent me news stories. I will bring them all up. Unpaid child support and conservatism. Wait, these comments. I'm so glad that YouTube records the comments because you guys are fucking. You guys are fucking hilarious. Just keeping this ADHD train on track, Vesty. Thank you, Path. There's just so many things happening at once. Yeah. At what point does action need to be taken when protesting for ICE turns into looting, similar to BLM? Okay, I was gonna answer the Gamergate question. Quick rundown on Gamergate. Okay. So I'm not an expert on this. Okay, I wasn't in like the gaming community when that happened, and frankly, I wasn't even that big into politics when it happened. But from my knowledge of it, it was there was a game developer whose ex-boyfriend came squirrel. Then the comment working is wild. Okay, so there was a game developer, and her ex-boyfriend like started spreading like rumors about her or whatever, and then it just turned into like a bunch of brigading of like female creators, and it was it kind of just bred a lot of misogyny into like the gaming space. Let me see if I can find a good summary of it. Hold on. Gamergate explained. Do you think the government plants looters to kill the message behind protests? I don't know. Brother that had been bred long ago. More, I guess. Harassment campaign. That was what I was looking for. Harassment campaign. Okay. Gamergate was a loosely organized misogynistic online harassment campaign motivated by a right-wing backlash against feminism, diversity, and progressivism in video game culture. It was conducted using hashtag Gamergate primarily in 2014 and 2015. Reminder, 2015 is when Trump started running for president. Gamergate targeted women in the video game industry, most notably feminist media critic Anita Sarkeesian and video game developers Zoe Quinn and Brianna Wu. So to my knowledge, Zoe Quinn was what started it all. The hate campaign on Zoe Quinn. And then that moved on to more people, and then it just moved on to women in general. Voting for Trump and thinking paprika is spicy. Oh my God! Wait, we gotta do a compilation. I wonder if there's a correlation between voting for Trump and then just having chat finish the blank. Let me explain Gamergate. Google's Gamergate explain. It started with Anita. Did it? It's. According to Wikipedia, now I get it, anyone can edit it, but it says Gamergate began with a blog entry called The Zoe Post by Quinn's ex-boyfriend, referring to Zoe Quinn's ex-boyfriend, which falsely insinuated that Quinn has received a favorable review because of Quinn's sexual relationship with a games journalist. And then once that hit 4chan, it was over. Do we know what Elon did with all the data he got access to? No, we don't. Voting for Trump and not being allowed around children at events. I sent you the study you wanted, Dan. Okay. Incels are ethnically and politically diverse, according to new research from the University of Texas at Austin, Brunel University, London, and Swansea University. They also have greater tendency to perceive themselves as victims, have lower levels of life satisfaction, and exhibit higher levels of depression, anxiety, and loneliness when compared to non-incels. New study compared a sample of 151 self-identified male incels with 378 similarly aged non-incel males across the range of measures related to mental well-being. Incels forge their sense of identity around a perceived inability to form sexual and romantic relationships. Many of them subscribe to a philosophy they call the black pill, which has to do with being brutally honest about what they see as the bleak truths of the sexual and romantic prospects for men like them. Recent years have seen growing concerns about potential threats of violence stemming from the incel community. Research in the field shows that the vast majority of incels are neither physically violent nor aggressively misogynistic online, but a significant minority of incels, approximately 10%, engage in misogynistic hostility online, and there are rare instances of incels lashing out in physical violence. Most notably, Elliot Rodger, who in 2014 killed 6 people and injured 14 others before killing himself. Rodger left behind a 149-page manifesto that focused on the difficulty with and anger at women. I remember this guy. Oh my God, this guy gave me the heebie-jeebies. Heidi, thank you so much for the sub. Considering how much media attention has been paid to incels, there has been surprisingly little research that includes primary responses from incels themselves, with most academic research consisting of linguistic analysis of online rhetoric. Okay. According to this study, 38.85% of the incel participants were right-leaning, 44.7% were left-leaning, and 17.47% were centrist. Now, it is a small sample size, but I also think it's interesting where only 10% of what they of the incels that they had studied, voting for Trump and peaking in high school, of the incels that they had studied were violent in any way. So it could be that we're basing it on, like, our perception of incels being more likely to be right wing is based on the incels we're seeing being the more violent ones, and you're more likely to be like a domestic terrorist if you're right wing. Like that we know. With the I think that's been the case for decades now, that domestic terrorism is a much bigger problem on the right than it is on the left. Okay. What is this guy, Smex? What was this guy crashing out about? Why is everyone crashing out in my comments today? Could the cure to male loneliness be assaulting eyes? Hi. All right. What's up? What's going on with you?
Bro, why do you look like the sloth from Ice Age?
One of these days, you will turn 14, and I hope it's a good day for you. If they lonely, why don't they just kiss each other? That's a great question. Voting against your own rights is wild. Bro, what is going on today? Isn't it a full moon? Did the whole right just watch Ice Age? One of those nights. He got triggered by the loneliness epidemic. Oh my God, Dan, that was perfect. I hate that guy so much. Calling him 14 will make him rage. Why are Democrats stop talking about? Chat, listen, I get that the United States doesn't have a national language, but that's not English, right? The Wizard of Loneliness. Male loneliness epidemic victim number 1. Bro's dad let him use the internet for an extra hour tonight. Why are Democrats stop talking about egg prices? Ooh, lie. Great question. I will walk you through this, and I hope you can figure it. I hope it sticks. Okay. So, when Donald Trump was running against Kamala Harris in the 2024 election, in what was probably the easiest choice in American history, okay, maybe even beating the choice to not vote for Goldwater, Republicans were crashing out about grocery prices, particularly egg prices, blaming Joe Biden for the rise in egg prices. Now, us brain havers over here were quick to point out that, number one, the president does not affect grocery prices. Number two, more importantly, the president does not affect egg prices. And number three, Kamala Harris isn't the president anyway. So I don't know why we would be blaming her. Just say it with your chest. You don't want to vote for her because she's a black woman and Donald Trump is your cult leader. Like, that's the truth, okay? So that's what we said when the election was happening, right? Election happens. Trump wins the election, right? Egg prices skyrocket. So we were pointing out your hypocrisy by saying, hey, remember when you guys said that you didn't vote for Kamala Harris because of egg prices? Well, egg prices are at the highest ever in Trump's first 3 months in office. Where's the outrage? And you guys didn't say anything, right? Because the racists won, and you're racist. You're a bad person. I'm talking to you, Lie. Okay? And so you didn't give a fuck. Now the egg prices are back down because, just like we said during the election, the egg prices would come back down. There was a bird flu. I know you guys don't believe in illnesses because you were so afraid of masks and needles that now you've just thrown out germ theory. But you guys were so afraid to protect others and mildly inconvenience yourself that you changed your philosophy on life. It used to be, when I was growing up, it was the far, far left that were anti-vax. Very small minority of the country, and everyone, right and left, bullied the fuck out of them. Like Jenny McCarthy, we were all the anti-vax people. But the moment that Trump came along with his victim mentality and created a cult of victims who couldn't possibly imagine putting a piece of fabric over their face to protect somebody else other than themselves. When Trump came along and created a cult of selfish fucking people like yourselves, and you refused to possibly get a needle in your arm to protect others and yourself, it became so clear, right? It became so clear that you didn't care about egg prices being affected by the bird flu. You didn't care about egg prices at all. You just wanted to vote for Trump for your own reasons, whether that's because his opponent was a woman, whether that's because his opponent was black. Thank you, Sweetie. Whether that's because he made you feel seen, whether that's because you really, really don't like immigrants, which I know that's a bunch of your reasons, right? I know if Kamala Harris came out and said she really fucking hated immigrants, maybe you would have considered it. But you guys really don't fucking like immigrants, and I can tell. So that's why we stopped talking about egg prices, because egg prices, like we said before, came back down once the bird flu epidemic died down, right? Egg prices came back down, and we're moving on to big issues, okay? We're talking about the mass deportations. Lie, if you're still here, did that make sense to you? Man. Did that help? Or do you now understand why Democrats are no longer talking about egg prices? Damn, dude, why are you still here? Trump is your president. Deal with it. I am dealing with it. You see this? This is me dealing with it. I'm dealing. The prices still haven't come down enough. Yeah, I mean, they're not back down to pre-pandemic levels, but no new wars, mind you. We are on the brink of World War III. What do you say when people mention Obama has deported more people than Trump, not a Trump supporter? Great question. So most of the deportations under Obama happened. Dan, do you not know how to read? Wait, did I misread something? Or is it a different Dan? Oh, okay. It is a different Dan. There's another Dan. Okay. I'm going with this. Oh my God. The ADHD is ADHDing hard right now. We're talking about Obama. The Obama deportations, many of them happened at the port of entry, right? As they were caught entering illegally, right? Versus Trump's deportations, which are happening in homes and businesses in our communities. So that's one of the big differences. Another big difference is the lack of due process in regards to people that have been living here, people that are on U.S. soil and not receiving due process. So that's another one of the differences there. And then also, they're quick to point out, they're like, well, you guys complained about children in cages, but Obama built those cages. This one's so easy. It's even if Obama hand built those cages and immigrant families were placed in those cages until they were deported. Donald Trump did that, but he took the parents away from the children, and then they didn't keep track of whose parents went to whose children. If you think those are the same, I don't know what to tell you. Your brain don't work. Okay. Where were we? USMC angry vet arrested at Capitol. Yeah, we saw that earlier. He had congressional approval, and it was over 8 years. Yeah, that's true too. I mean, I think that the numbers. I don't know if we just count 4 years, if it would be more than Trump's first term. I'm not sure. But either way, you were going to go through the sources people sent you. Yes. Okay. So, is Miss Melissa still here? Miss Melissa?
Obama.
Ryan, thank you for the hand heart. I'm still here about work. Okay, I'm just saying because I'm gonna go over your sources. I know she sent these sources at 8:50. It's been an hour and 1 minute. So then you might need to put us on the payroll. Okay, so some stories I haven't heard any coverage on. That's pretty depressing. Okay, so this person right here, TalkBro09, without fail. He I think might be my new biggest fan. Is in every one of my chats whenever I go live, saying Dan is so upset we don't let men in women's sports. And what I don't understand about TalkBro is that we never let men in women's sports. It also hasn't been a topic of conversation on my lives in months. It's just stuck on his mind. He can't get over men in women's sports. He just really loves thinking about them. Okay, TBH, there are so much confusing information. One side is saying something while other side is different. So I don't disagree that there's information coming from both sides that are usually conflicting. The problem is that there's one side that just doesn't tell the truth at all. They live in a different reality for like 95% of this stuff. He's upset he can't play in men's sports either. He can't get over men, period. Dan avoids everyone. Okay, all right. We're gonna do one news story from Miss Melissa, and then we're gonna bring up more people that are gonna say I look like the sloth age guy, and then they're obsessed with what's in others' pants. It's so weird. Okay. Florida Democrats excoriate DCF officials for turning over Honduran foster child to ICE authorities. Florida House Democrats in Tallahassee are demanding answers from the State Department of Children and Families over its role in handing over a foster child from Honduras to U.S. ICE officials. The boy, Henry, is a suspected undocumented immigrant. Not only are the events described horrific and traumatic for Henry, they will certainly erode trust between DCF and immigrant communities in Florida, leading to further victimization and exploitation of children your office is entrusted to protect. What's more, the shocking actions taken by your department appear to have been undertaken in violation of state law, a 3-decade-old rule still on the books which prohibits DCF workers from acting upon a child's status. Honduran 17-year-old was taken from his foster home in Pensacola on Monday in handcuffs and shackles and transferred immediately into ICE custody. Why are we deporting children? I just want it to be clear. If you are in support of deporting children, I think you're probably a bad person. I think like that's... I just want you to know that. Like you should recognize you're the bad guy. Like I get that bad guys exist, right? We have villains, right? There's villains in movies, there's villains in real life. But like I want you to know, you should know Maybe you could start like dressing and acting like one is like like be one with yourself. It's like coming out, right? But like instead of you coming out as like gay or something, you come out as a villain.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Just a little warning. The Smex guy or whatever, and then he has a few more accounts, has been going around saying that Laney is in support of maps. So he's been spreading that around for a while. He's pretty dangerous.
Okay.
He's just trying to smear Laney's name and harassing her.
He will be blocked upon what's the word here?
Sloth insult.
Blocked upon. We're blocking him. There's a phrase I'm looking for. Blocked upon arrival. Yeah.
He's just
Persona non grata.
Laney.
Persona non grata. Got it. Blocked on site. That's what I was looking for. Thank you, Emmy.
That's it. Sorry. You can draw me.
All right. Thank you so much.
Bye.
The question is, why do they agree with children being in chains? Yeah. So I was talking about this earlier. I'm probably not doing debates tonight. Maybe I will now. I kind of need to take out some aggression on some smooth, no wrinkle having brain deniers. But I wasn't planning on doing debates tonight, and I'm probably not going to do debates tomorrow because if anything, I'm going to the protest. But the next time I do debates, I think the caption is just going to be, if you support mass deportation, you're a racist, and it's time to come to grips with it. Because like I just don't know how you can justify it. Like, what in your head, other than I hate, the other, right? I hate brown people. I hate immigrants. Like, how can you justify it? Are you going to stream your protest? No. So if I go to the protest, I think I'm just going to be handing out cold bottles of water. And I also just want to stay super, super vigilant. And I feel like if I'm focusing on, unless I I could set up a tripod and just not look at chat. I might do that, but I'm not going to like walk around with my phone because I know I get distracted very easily and I want to stay hyper vigilant. I'm convinced that they know it's wrong, just will never admit it. Want to give me responses for a debate with my friend in my DMs? I mean, maybe. I guess if I see the DM. Dan, you can't not look at chat. Well, if I set it up in a tripod and then, I wouldn't chance to stay focused. It's willful ignorance. Careful streaming. Opposition has stalked streamers. Yeah, that's. Don't bring your phone to a protest. Bad idea. Well, no, I'm going to bring my phone. It's just I don't want it in my hand where I'm focused on chat or whatever. Like there's a lot of reasons. Not everything needs to be documented live. So there's a lot of good to documenting things live. And even with these protests, it's just that I recognize, given who I am as a person, I don't think I would be safe if I'm focusing on going live while being there. What I want to do is I want to find maybe like a spot where I can set up. I want to find like the closest spot that maybe I can park with just a bunch of cold water in my trunk, and then go to the protest with some to hand out. You look Latino, Dan? I get that a lot. Turn off all biometrics. They collect your data and use that to track protesters after the fact. All right, well, I'm probably going to wear a mask for COVID. But I'm literally just going to be handing out cold bottles of water. Like that's my only goal. I'm not going to have a sign. I'm just going to be handing out cold bottles of water and keeping my eyes peeled for anything that needs to be Why do we need to turn off biometrics at the protest? I don't know. I read that comment and I wasn't sure too. Airplane mode, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth discount, dark cotton clothing. Cops can use Face ID to open your phone. I have a friend who works in Ybor. Cops came in the other day and said to call cops on those who look like they could be illegal this weekend. For those that don't know, Ybor is a section of Tampa, of the Tampa Bay area, and that's kind of unsettling. As someone who doesn't look European, that's a little unsettling. So that's why I'm gonna be focusing on if I go. I still might not go. I'm right by Ybor. Oh shit. Okay, well, hold on. Wait, Doug, are you gonna go? I might be good if I'm with Doug. They have really disgusting tactics to collect data. Look up safety to protest. Yeah, we have some on the Discord. I really want to. Yeah, I'm thinking like especially in Florida. I'm thinking about it. I can meet up with you. Okay. Yeah, let's talk after the live. Dan, you could be from Turkey. That is European. Well, yeah. So I do have Turkish in me, but I mean that's not really what I meant. I was thinking about going to Tampa tomorrow. Would burner phone with no apps or personal information be safe? But yeah, if I do go, I think I wanna bring a bunch of cold water. Like I'm gonna be the cold water guy. That's my goal. Hey Santana. Buy with cash if you're using a burner. Sources, Dan? Oh yes. Kaveen, thank you for the hat of joy. Thank you, eye protection, Dan. Thank you so much. Okay, well, we have someone crashing out in chat again. All right, then we're gonna go to another story from Miss Melissa. Man. We'll do crash out guy. Hello.
You fucking.
Why are they so weird? I swear, like, I know, I get that depending on the time of day, stop taking up the same guy. It's been on a different account every time. Like, I get, depending on the time of day, it might be a little bit moist, and you know, it's hard to keep track of the morning dew or whatever, but I swear, touching grass is a perfectly normal activity. How do you know they're gonna crash out? Because of the what they're saying in chat. Like, thank you all for the heart maze. We hit the goal. Thank you, thank you. Did you really just say moist? Is that okay? That's a millennial thing, right? Like there was like before memes were memes, like millennials hated the word moist. Does anyone remember that? Okay. Why'd y'all kick me? Who was that? Wait, what? Okay. Okay, so we read the story about Florida Democrats. No, sorry. Florida Democrats excoriating, that's the word I'm looking for, excoriating DCF officials. So the Department of Children and Families, which is the department that handles Medicaid in Florida. Thank you, Carol, for the hand hearts. The department that handles Medicaid in Florida and also handles help for like children, foster children, and stuff like that. Turned in a 17-year-old Honduran foster child to be deported. Florida has Medicaid in very, very, very special circumstances. You have to be pregnant or disabled or have like X amount of children or something like that. Just being poor is not you can't get Medicaid. You could be homeless and you can't get Medicaid. You need to be one of the other things. Turn them in. Yeah, and that's what the hold on. Florida House Democrats in Tallahassee are demanding answers from the State Department of Children and Families over its role in handing over a foster child from Honduras to U.S. ICE officials. The boy Henry is a suspected undocumented immigrant. A 17-year-old boy. Yeah, because red states purposely turned down Medicaid funds. Yes, as a reminder, when the Affordable Care Act passed, aka Obamacare, the federal government offered free expansion to Medicaid to cover, free funds to allow states to expand their Medicaid. Because the Affordable Care Act, if you purchase your plan through the marketplace, provides subsidies for people starting at this income level. And then it tapers off until people going to this income level. So they provided federal funds to states to expand their Medicaid so that they can bring their Medicaid up to this level, meaning everyone either has Medicaid or a subsidy or can afford health insurance. And the Republican states, particularly the ones in the South, hated Obama so much, mostly because of his black skin, let's be honest, hated Obama so much that they refused the funds to help their own citizens. So governor of Florida did this, refused the funds. Governor of Alabama did this. There were good Republicans that took the funds. I'm going to call out, was it Mike DeWine or John Kasich? Whoever was the Ohio governor at the time said, why would we not take this funds for Ohioans? Like, this is our citizens. Why would we do this? But it's because people in Florida, the Republicans in Florida and Alabama and Georgia would rather see their own citizens die if it meant a stain on Barack Obama's legacy. So this led to something called the Medicaid gap in states like Florida, which is a situation where many people found themselves, where they don't make enough money to qualify for a subsidy, but they make too much money to qualify for Medicaid, meaning that they are paying more for Medicaid than people that make, for healthcare than people that make more than them. Actual insanity. And we don't talk about it anymore because the Overton window went all the way over there. The Overton window went from, hey, we're the only developed country to not offer healthcare to our citizens. That's what the big debate was in 2016. And the Overton window was so far to the right, it's like, maybe fascism is okay. That's what we're fucking talking about now. That the Medicaid gap is like long history. Like, yeah, the people in Florida just die when they don't have healthcare. Like, we get that. Oh my God, it's so frustrating that we can't talk about this. Or it's not that we can't, it's not even topical. Like we knew Donald Trump had no healthcare plan, concept of a plan. We knew, and they knew. The people that voted for him knew. They were like, okay, I'm willing for poor people, including myself one day, maybe, or myself one day, probably. I'm willing for those people to die if it means the racist wins. And that's what happened in 2024. Like, the healthcare wasn't even a topic of discussion. Every time Kamala brought up healthcare, it was like they said word salad. Yeah, concepts. Well, let's get concepts of a plan. It's the cruelty for me. Yeah. For those who don't know what the Overton window is, I talk about it a lot. Basically, it is the window in a society of what political conversations are accepted by the norm. So, for example, right now, no one is really talking about whether we should switch to communism. Y'all got snacks here? Johnny, what's up? Are you staying safe? We were just talking about you. You have a dedicated Johnny hater that was in chat earlier that was claiming this was his claims, by the way, Johnny. He claimed that you voted for Trump and that you're heterosexual. Those are the two big claims being made. Where was I? Dang, I didn't know my uncle. Yeah, if you're not following Johnny Palmadessa, he is doing live coverage every night of the protests in Los Angeles. Make sure you're following. Oh, Johnny, I told him. I said, listen, you can maybe convince me you can maybe somehow convince me that Johnny filled out the wrong circle, or maybe Johnny's a grifter, or something like that. You're not convincing me that man's straight. No offense. I mean, it's being gay is amazing. And that guy just he blew his cover. He blew his cover when he said that. On Pride Month, he has a little tattoo of Kamala's signature. Dan sold. Okay, where were we? Johnny is done for tonight. I'm a Trump supporter, but I am not agreeing with the way he's handling the Israel Iran situation. We haven't even gone over that yet. We will. We will. But sure, I voted for Trump. You were going through sources people sent you. Yes. Okay. Yo, I have a video of military members speaking out against the ICE raids. Dan, it's been so long. Hey, Amanda. Dan, can you please debate tonight? I haven't seen you dismantle people in so long. You're talking about the current political talking points. Oh, we're talking about the Overton window. Right. Okay. So right now, there's not really any conversations in at any level of government, and also not really in common parlance, right? Outside of some niche places on Reddit or TikTok or whatever, talking about replacing capitalism with communism, because the Overton window is not in that spot right now. The Overton window has pushed so far to the right where we're not even talking about socialized healthcare, which is nowhere near communism. If you had talked about back in 2016 or 2012, sending the military to bust up peaceful protests, it would have been unheard of even for Republicans, because the Overton window wasn't that far right yet. So anyway, sorry. That's my explanation. You're debating whether people should exist on Jubilee, bro. Yeah, literally. Part of the issue is that Dems are center right. We need an actual leftist politicians. I will slightly push back on this. So I used to think this too back when I was a Bernie bro in 2016. I'm still a Bernie supporter, but I used to think this, and I don't know that I agree. On a global scale, the Democratic Party is center right economically, maybe center economically, but when you factor in social issues, the Democratic Party is firmly in the left. So I don't know that I agree with that characterization. That being said, I agree with you. I think we do need more firmly left candidates, particularly economically. Biden was way more progressive, to be fair. Y'all want to hear something wild? Joseph Robinette Biden was the most progressive candidate. Sorry, the most progressive president we have ever had. I know that sounds crazy. You should see where they land on the political compass. Yeah, but who is determining that? Like, did they take the test? The left doesn't vote enough to push politicians further to the left. Thank you, Rome. Finally, someone says it. Okay, I always see this stupid ass meme, which is like, every time you vote for a Democrat, right, it pushes the country further to the right. Well, hold on. Let me see if I can pull up the meme and debunk it real quick. Does anyone know the meme I'm talking about? It's like oh, here we go. Oh, no, I got the wrong one. Dan communicates in memes. Okay, I can't find the specific meme I'm talking about, but basically, long story short, listen, if you want progressives to win in this country, if you want more progressive policy, the way you do that is by voting for the most progressive option that can win an election. Okay? Now, there are people that did not vote for Kamala Harris because they didn't think she was far enough to the left. And what that means is, Jim, I specifically said if when I started that sentence. If we had universal health care, it would cover your ears. Now, what that means is, if Kamala wins the election without the votes of the far left, then future Democrats have no reason to go to move their policies to the left because they can win without the far left. If Kamala Harris does win, right, with the votes of the left, then she will be, number one, receptive to going to the left afterwards, rather than Donald Trump, who obviously wouldn't care about protests. First of all, he wouldn't even allow protests, clearly, let alone agree with protests. Versus Kamala Harris would be open to protests if they're coming from her constituents. So there's no benefit for you if you said Kamala Harris isn't far enough to the left, so I'm not voting for her. There's no benefit. I don't know if you think that what this means is that next time there's going to be a more left candidate. No, it's going to get worse. Okay, because is this a yapping fest? Yes, Liam, it's a yapping fest. Where was I with this? We need a maximum age restriction. Yeah, we do actually. If you're not going to see the next administration, sit this election out, bro. Like sit this election out. Yeah, okay. So Kamala wins the election without the far left's votes. Democrats in the future know, okay, we don't have to court the far left vote because they're politically irrelevant, right? Kamala loses the election because the far left didn't vote. The right continued to push the country to the right. In this case, it's Trump, so it's even worse than that. But the right continues to push the country to the right and make it even harder for progressives to win in the first place. You know, when Republicans win, they make it difficult to lose elections in the future, right? I don't know if you guys know about gerrymandering, about voter ID laws, about voter roll purges. This is all stuff that happens when Republicans win. So I'm begging you, okay, if you're on the left, you can protest, you can call her out, you can go live every day trying to push the Democratic Party to the left, but on election day in November, if you don't go out and vote, all of what you did was useless. Okay, sorry. Where were we? Voter ID for all states. I am fine with voter ID being required in all states as long as every state provides free ID to anyone once they turn 18. Okay, Miss Melissa, we're going back to your stories. ICE sparks uproar after storming child's birthday, believing it was a dangerous Tren de Agua gang assembly. Federal immigration officers break up a birthday party on the grounds that it was a Tren de Agua gathering. Their claims are still unsupported by any evidence. Apparently, none of them were in a gang or had a history of crime. Okay. Tulsi Gabbard admits she asked AI which JFK files to reveal. God, what are these fucking... Okay, moving on. Moving on. All right, we had Neely.
Well, we're not targeting. In fact, if you look today, I put out a statement today about farmers. Our farmers are being hurt badly by, you know, they have very good workers. They've worked for them for 20 years. They're not citizens, but they've turned out to be, you know, great. And we're going to have to do something about that. We can't take farmers and take all their people and send them back because they don't have maybe what they're supposed to have, maybe not. And you know what's going to happen and what is happening? They get rid of some of the people because, you know, you go into a farm and you look and people don't, they've been there for 20, 25 years and they've worked great and the owner of the farm loves them and everything else. And then you're supposed to throw them out. And you know what happens? They end up hiring the people, the criminals that have come in, the murderers from prisons and everything else. So we're going to have an order on that pretty soon, I think. We can't do that to our farmers and leisure too, hotels. We're going to have to use a lot of common sense on that.
So just moments ago, Donald Trump made a major reversal in his mass deportation policy. Indiscriminately, he's been sending armed agents into farms and fields and ranches all throughout California and increasingly across the country. I was in Oxnard, California yesterday. I met with a 12-year-old boy. Tears pouring down his face. His mom and dad snatched by agents. They were working the fields for over 20 years. He doesn't know where they are. He has no family in the United States. He's here alone, a sixth grader. Donald Trump may not care about him, but he's finally listening to you, calling out these indiscriminate acts of cruelty. Let's keep up the pressure and let's do it peacefully.
Felons, not families. Criminals, not children. Gang members, not a mom who's working hard to provide for her kids. We'll prioritize. But even as we focus on deporting criminals, the fact is millions of immigrants in every state, of every race and nationality, still live here illegally. And let's be honest, tracking down, rounding up, and deporting millions of people isn't realistic. Anyone who suggests otherwise isn't being straight with you. It's also not who we are as Americans. After all, most of these immigrants have been here a long time. They work hard, often in tough, low-paying jobs. They support their families. They worship at our churches. Many of their kids are American-born or spent most of their lives here, and their hopes, dreams, and patriotism are just like ours. As my predecessor, President Bush, once put it, they are a part of American life. Now, here's the thing. We expect people who live in this country to play by the rules. And undocumented immigrants who desperately want to embrace those responsibilities see little option but to remain in the shadows or risk their families being torn apart. It's been this way for decades. And for decades, we haven't done much about it. If you register, pass a criminal background check, and you're willing to pay your fair share of taxes, you'll be able to apply to stay in this country without fear of deportation. You can come out of the shadows and get right with the law. That's what this deal is. Now let's be clear about what it isn't. This deal does not apply to anyone who has come to this country recently. It does not apply to anyone who might come to America illegally in the future. Are we a nation that tolerates the hypocrisy of a system where workers who pick our fruit and make our beds never have a chance to get right with the law? Our neighbors, our classmates, our friends, they did not come here in search of a free ride or an easy life. They came to work and study and serve in our military, and above all, contribute to America's success. Now, tomorrow I'll travel to Las Vegas and meet with some of these students, including a young woman named Astrid Silva. Astrid was brought to America when she was 4 years old. Her only possessions were a cross, her doll, and the frilly dress she had on. When she started school, she didn't speak any English. She caught up to other kids by reading newspapers and watching PBS. And she became a good student. Her father worked in landscaping. Her mom cleaned other people's homes. They wouldn't let Astrid apply to a technology magnet school, not because they didn't love her, but because they were afraid the paperwork would out her as an undocumented immigrant. So she applied behind their back and got in. Still, she mostly lived in the shadows. Until her grandmother, who visited every year from Mexico, passed away. And she couldn't travel to the funeral without risk of being found out and deported. It was around that time she decided to begin advocating for herself and others like her. And today,
Thanks,
Astrid
Obama.
Silva is a college student working on her 3rd degree. Are we a nation that kicks out a striving, hopeful immigrant like Astrid? Or are we a nation that finds a way to welcome her in? Scripture tells us that we shall not oppress a stranger, for we know the heart of a stranger. We were strangers once too. My fellow Americans, we are and always will be a nation of immigrants. We were strangers once too. And whether our forebears were strangers who crossed the Atlantic, or the Pacific, or the Rio Grande, we are here only because this country welcomed them in and taught them that to be an American is about something more than what we look like, or what our last names are, or how we worship. What makes us Americans is our shared commitment to an ideal, that all of us are created equal, and all of us have the chance to make of our lives what we will.
Obama.
Thank you, Neely. Thank you, Miss M. I don't think I need to say anything about that video. How far we have fallen. Okay. Let's get through a few more news stories. Love to talk about Israel and Iran. Thank you, Kaveen. Okay. Before we do the next news story, I haven't done this at all today. It's been 2 hours and 22 minutes. First of all, I totally forgot to turn on the like counter, but it's been counting this whole time. So I'm about to reveal who has been tapping the most the past 2 hours and 23 minutes. And this was the people that were tapping with no recognition because I had not had the like counter on. So here we go. I can't read it. My eyes are too 34 years old. Valerie, Darkwing Girl, and Ice Cold. Thank you so much for being the top 3 tappers. Thank you so much. If you're here for the first time, thank you for being here. We're live Thursdays to Sundays, 8 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. We also try to be live for all major political events. So if you like this content, drop a follow, tap the screen. For those that have gifted or subbed, I really appreciate all the gifts and subs, but nobody has to gift, nobody has to sub. All I'm asking for is if you could just make sure you're following. Double check that next to my name, there should be either an orange heart or a gray heart. If there's a red oval that says follow, you got to hit the follow button. And one more thing, TikTok might get banned on June 19th. I know we keep forgetting about it every 45 days, But all Trump did was kick the can down the road. Now, he might extend it again. In fact, that's probably what he's going to do. But just in case he doesn't, make sure to follow on the other platforms. We're actually live on all three right now: TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube. Damn, I keep forgetting about that. Yeah. Yeah, it's coming up soon. All right, and I'm a friend. I was so excited and surprised when I saw that notification. Wait, which notification? I missed it. Okay. Next news story. Good thing I don't have TikTok. They say as they're on TikTok.
Bleach blonde, bad built butch body.
All right. Button. Erica was here. Erica's been in and out. Chat. We all love Erica, right? Let's make sure we're on the same page with that one. Oh no, that's the right button.
Thanks, Obama.
Okay, so thank you so much for the gifted sub. Discord is what I'm opening. Okay, we did the news stories from Miss Melissa. Caffeine sent me this. Let me. You got a sub, Tanner?
When I was a kid, our class had a bully, and I'm just gonna call him John, right? And John, he bullied everybody in like a very run-of-the-mill way. Like this was very standard bullying, like slap the books out your hand. What's that? It was blow, right? And I think one of the reasons we let him get away with it wasn't just because he was a little bit bigger than all of us, but his voice changed first. And it changed so young, we didn't know what to do with that. Like, we didn't know that was coming for the rest of us. So then John would just walk up like, give me your homework. And I'd be like, that sounds like the devil. So, because I'm not equipped with holy water today, you gonna get this math homework. And there was another kid in our class, Reeve. And Reeve... I'm not going to say he didn't have any friends, but Reeve had friends for like 20 minutes at a time because Reeve was one of the singular most annoying people I'd ever met in my entire life. It was almost to the level of a skill or a talent. It was absolutely insane. As an example, right? Reeve loved anime. And that's fine. I love anime too. But Reeve loved anime in a way that I didn't love anime because I at least know anime not real. Reeve loved anime to the point where he was letting it affect how he runs. Some of you know exactly what I'm talking about. Like he could never do anything regular. He had to do an anime every time. He could never just turn around. He had to be like, you ask Reeve a question, he doesn't know the answer. He can't just think about it. He has to go, It's like... As a fellow anime lover, I'm like, dog, chill. You making us look bad. Stop. Please. Oh, it was insane. And one day, we were at lunch, and Reeve was trying to make his carton of milk explode, right? With his powers. And so he holding his hand over the carton of milk, not touching it, holding it over. Nothing happening because it's not real. He finally gets so tired of waiting for the powers to activate that he grabbed the milk, squeeze it, drop it, and go, I did it. No, I did it. Y'all just didn't see it when I did it. But yeah, no, I did it. Ooh, I got it. Now, when he picked it up and he crushed it, milk went everywhere. And a lot of milk just spurted out and landed all over John. And John stood up, turned around, walked up to Reeve, towering over him, and was like, "You got milk on me. We gonna fight later." And never before in my young life had I been so excited for violence. Because as word spread, people were taking sides. They were like, "No, John gonna kill Reeve." And we're like, no, Reeve weird. I bet you he gonna scratch him to death. Like, he has that X factor. We might be able to get rid of both of them at the same time. And so after school, we gathered around in a little circle in front of the two of them. They're about to fight, right? And John is like lumbering back and forth. And we knew John was strong, but he also, he moved slow. And he was moving slow pre-fight. He was just stalking back and forth like Mike Tyson in the early 90s, just like ready to do something terrible, right? And then on the other side of this imagined ring, Reeve is using his pre-fight time to power up. I've watched a lot of anime, and I've never seen what this child did next. Because to power up, the first thing he did was let his knees buckle. What is this? What power are you drawing from the earth right here like this? This doesn't make any sense at all. He over here, knees buckle, arms out. This is not how you power up in any anime. This is how you fall down the stairs if you a slinky. All right? And this boy here, like this, doing the power up yell. Oh! And then the fight starts, and the fight starts with Reeve attacking John, right? Coming right at him, but he coming at him in the power-up stance. So he over, oh! And admittedly, John didn't know what to do. He really was like, And so they start fighting, and kind of what we thought was going to happen happens. John is big, he's strong, but he telegraphs all his punches, and he's slow. Boom, but he's missing, right? And Reeves attacks. Reeves' attacks have a lot of energy to them. That's not really going anywhere. Like, instead of punching, he over here, yeah! And so he's fast enough getting out of John's way, but he's not doing any damage. And so John over here punching air, and Reeve over here throwing air. So it's not really a fight. But I really was gathered around all those people, shoulder to shoulder, watching two of them go at it like fight, 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 fight. First time in my life. Fight, 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 fight. So when I think about Elon and Trump, right? It's like it's like one of the most insane bouts I've ever watched take place in my life. I don't know.
It's I just realized that their middle names, John and Reeve. All right, you got us there, Caffeine. That was a good one. W allegory. Elon's got to be Reeve, yeah. their middle names. I didn't realize it until obviously, the punchline, the payoff was worth the story. I was gonna say, I was like, Kevin, this was funny, but like, what does this have to do with politics? Thanks, Dan. First time I've smiled in a week. Yeah, this is one of those weeks, huh? Okay, we're gonna do a few more news stories. I swear we're gonna talk about Israel and Iran. Okay. I don't know. Oh, Angela just charged us the monthly $19. I don't know if you guys know this. Is the words I was trying to say. I don't know if you guys know this, but all the sound effects that play for the gifts, so like
Our country is being destroyed by stupid people. I love Tesla.
all of this is you can only have 6 sound effects unless you pay for the premium. So Angela does have a salary of $19 a month, and it's just taken out of my account. But anyway, Dean, hi Dean. Dean is here, Grandpa Dean. Where was I with my words? I don't know. All right. We talked about this before. Okay, that I can give you the gist in live chat of the fallout so far. Yeah, that sounds good to me. Okay, so we talked about how I was diagnosed with ADHD, I don't know, like a month or so ago. Thank you, Kaveen. And I'm currently on Adderall, right? And we've been slowly upping the dose. And so I don't know if it's just that it wore off, because like most of today I was super productive. And I don't know if, you know what it is? Okay, so the Adderall makes me more productive, but I don't know that it makes me more focused. Take 2. Are you on name brand or generic? Has to be generic. I don't think I bought a name brand anything in the regular XR. I think it's XR. Might not be the right dose/med. Also, you might need a dose. Mine doesn't make me focus. I think it's the extended release. If you're not focused, do you get more stuff done? So you know what? Maybe I am more focused. I don't know. So it's like during the day, right? It's like I'm doing something and I want to like finish doing it. But I might get distracted by something that's more important and I want to finish doing that. So like, is that me being more focused or not? I guess is the question. Versus right now, I'm very clearly unfocused. But what I will say is that I know I'm more productive on the Adderall. Like I felt myself constantly today, specifically, because and actually any day that I have live, right? Thinking, God, I wish I had more hours today to get all this stuff done. But I have to start my live in X hours, right? How many did you take your meds? I think 10:30 in the morning. So they wore off. It is more focused in a sense. I try to find ways to work with how I want to jump task to task. Yeah, and I think it was working for me really well today. I got a lot of shit done. Like I washed my sheets and got another load of laundry in. 2 loads in one day. Two loads of laundry in one day is pretty good. Do you know what subtype ADHD you are? I have no idea. I emptied the dishwasher. I I got regular work done. I called. Oh my god! I called my insurance company. I've been putting off calling my insurance company about a claim for weeks now. I called them. First, I called my healthcare provider, and then I called my insurance company. What else? I didn't get around to Discord. I was planning on catching up on Discord because I've been like gone for the past 4 days. But you know what? The Adderall went hard yesterday. So Wednesday was like the official day of Mac's move, right? So all like 95% of her stuff is in the new place, right? And so that was Wednesday. Yesterday, I basically just looked at everything and figured out the most optimal way to organize stuff and which task to do first to maximize the amount of time that we had to get the house in the correct space. Mac is probably asleep, but she would attest. It was like Bradley Cooper in Limitless, kind of. But did you fold the laundry, Dan? No, I didn't. I didn't fold the laundry. That's I don't think any pill is gonna make me fold my laundry on time. I ask because I'm inattentive ADHD, and we don't necessarily need stimulants, just SNRIs. Did she get a new place? She moved it to a new place. Folding doesn't count as doing the laundry. Yeah, no, like I'll fold my laundry. It just takes 4 to 5 business days. Folding is just a bonus. Okay, we lost like 50 viewers because I was supposed to be talking about potential World War III potentially breaking out, and I started talking about my brain instead. Sorry, guys. Okay, here we go. Sources. Yeah. Reuters. Okay. Here we go. I sent the major details in live chat. Okay. Okay, let's do Israel, Iran now, so that that's the biggest news story. And we were gonna go over it with Tic Tac, but we literally I changed the topic so many times that it. Okay. Live chat. Here we go. I shame myself. I open the dryer and wash her every night on my way to bed and get embarrassed. So far, Iran has launched over 150 missiles, most intercepted by Israel, Jordan, and the US. 10 buildings in total were hit and 40 are injured, with 1 death. It is still ongoing and Tel Aviv is still in lockdown. Israel has killed 78 in Iran, including high-ranking officials. The US is helping with interception. Iran stated they will attack US troops in Iraq should the US get more involved. The Trump administration has been wishy-washy in whether or not they knew of the Iran attack or greenlit it. Conflicting stories between Trump and Rubio. Okay, and I think I saw something about that. Hold on one second. God, I have so many tabs. I'm so sorry. Why were we talking about Gamergate? Okay, I stormed that child's birthday. Tulsi Gabbard used AI to find out which JFK files to release. Okay, here we go. Trump tells Reuters, "We knew everything." After months of urging Israel not to strike Iran while he worked towards a nuclear deal, President Donald Trump told Reuters in a phone interview on Friday that he and his team had known the attacks were coming and still saw room for an accord. "We knew everything, and I tried to save Iran the humiliation and death. I tried to save them very hard because I would have loved to have seen a deal worked out." Okay, so this is Trump saying that they knew about this. Protesting in New Hampshire. Make sure to stay safe, Dean. Didn't he originally say he didn't know? Well, that would surprise me. Donald Trump changing his position on something? Seems out of character. Okay. Israel hit Iran's nuclear sites and killed its top military commanders. Iran retaliated as it happened. Some 200 fighter jets took part in the strikes, the Israeli military says. 78 dead in Iran and more than 320 injured. Knew everything, U.S. President tells Reuters. Iran retaliates with waves of missiles to Israel. Tel Aviv struck, but Israel says most Iran missiles were intercepted or fell short. Y'all remember when he was the No New Wars president? So they would never do that if he was president. Okay. Did I miss any of the news stories here? Got that? We got that. Air India crash. Plane headed to London crashes with 241 dead. God. A single passenger survived the crash. Part of the plane fell on top of a dining facility at a medical college, killing at least 5 medical students and injuring nearly 50. The lone surviving passenger is Vishwashkumar Ramesh, who reportedly walked away after the incident and appeared to escape without life-threatening injuries. He was very disoriented with multiple injuries all over his body. Be out of danger. What caused the crash? That's unclear. We talked about Alex Padilla. 109 children rescued, 244 arrested in Operation Soteria Shield, exposing widespread child exploitation in North Texas. Authorities call it a successful roundup of child sex offenders, but it also shows how widespread the crime is in North Texas. The Dallas FBI office and some of the 70 law enforcement agencies that participated announced the results of the operation. These are the faces of the 244 men and women charged with exploiting children for the purpose of sex trafficking or pornography. Christ. Led to the rescue of 109 children. During this operation, many of the children recognized or rescued were previously unidentified. They'd never been reported missing. They had never had their abuse known to authorities. The operation not only led to arrests and rescues, but also to the seizure of terabytes of child abuse material through a collaborative effort that started 10 years ago and now includes 70 Texas law enforcement agencies. What started as a small team with a bold idea has grown into something very powerful. A lot of these cases, authorities said the sex offenders never actually meet their victims face to face, but use technology to coerce them into sending explicit images and videos. I have a question. What do y'all think of the creators that expose what's the word here? I want to get the live taken down. The creators that like well, okay, so Chris Hansen inspired them, but there's a bunch of creators. You're talking about PDF hunters, yeah. There's a bunch of creators nowadays that essentially do To Catch a Predator on their own and like make content out of it. Like Skeeter Jean, yeah. I don't know if that's how his last name's pronounced, but Vigilantes, yeah. Like that guy I was watching. Does any good come of it? So in some cases, it does lead to arrests, but a lot of times, it's kind of just for content. You said you used to watch them. Yeah, I was watching the one dude on TikTok. I can't remember his name. Vinny, I think. I have a crazy story to tell about this. I feel like that's dangerous. Don't they beat them up most of the time? Not that I've seen. The ones I've seen just like expose them, and sometimes get them to like do embarrassing things. Very few cases lead to arrest, like very few. Yeah, because like I think because of the way the evidence laws or something like that. And for that reason, like that's why I'm asking the question. Like, obviously, what we just read about the operation that rescued those 109 children and arrested 244, like that's obviously really good. Like this is something that law enforcement should be doing. But when like vigilantes lead to them not being arrested, like maybe that could do more harm than good. I don't know. But it gets muddy when the cops don't know what's going on. Yeah. That's why I asked. I'm genuinely curious because obviously I've watched a few of them. I am a big fan of child molesters getting justice. I really hate the exploitation of children. But if it's doing more harm than good, and you know they're doing it for like the wrong reasons, like for clout or for views or whatever, then I don't know. But they might just get better at hiding. Yeah, that's true too. Hey.
All right. Absolute insanity. So when I was still active duty in the military, I had a coworker. His name was Meyer. We were stationed at RAF Lakenheath in the United Kingdom, and he got caught on one of these vigilante to catch a predator stings. And he got arrested on base at work in front of all of us. It was absolute insanity. So he was caught online messaging a 12-year-old girl, and the To Catch a Predator group. Sorry, I don't know what to say. What word do I? The group that was running this like justice organization, shall I say, looped the local police in on their investigations when they thought that they had like a credible I don't know if I'm gonna say this on TikTok, when they thought that they had a credible suspect. So they were trying to do this the right way. So
You can use predator if you're looking for where I think Predator is probably the TikTok safest.
Whenever they found a credible predator online, because they would go online pretending to be underage girls, and so he was unfortunately sending nude photos and things like that to a 12-year-old and got caught in a sting operation going to meet her. And then he didn't get arrested at the sting. He showed up to work. And while the case was pending in court, we actually had to work with this guy every day for a year before they finally showed up to arrest him at work one day. It was the longest, most awkward. Oh, it was so bad. We weren't allowed to bring our kids to work for because normally we would have like barbecues and stuff like that during lunch for work for like morale events and stuff like that, and all of that stopped. There were no more kids allowed in the shop. There were no more, and we literally had to work with this guy for a year before he got arrested.
That's so. So like for a year, you guys all knew.
We all knew that he was on trial because it had been live streamed, and we were all, oh my god! So the way that we found out wasn't when he got arrested. We were at one of our sergeant's houses for a potluck, and his wife was British and had like the British TV station on off base, and we all saw it happen like in real time as it was being live streamed on TV while we were sitting at like in a shop potluck, and then had to go to work the next day, and we all got briefed. But until he was convicted, he had to stay on and continue working with us. It was insane. It was the craziest thing. But yeah, so I had to spend a year of my life working with a known predator. You never think that it's people around you. Like he was annoying. Like coworkers annoy you sometimes, but I never thought that he was anything like now this is the military, so he absolutely got bullied to all like he definitely got his face kicked in a couple times. But yeah, it was a very interesting, but also we worked on like nuclear stuff. It's crazy to think that like someone that was on trial for that had access to.
Yeah, I mean, in normal circumstances that would be crazy, but I mean, right now, someone that had already gone through a trial and was found civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman has access to the nukes.
So the problem with this whole case is that it happened off base in a foreign country, Neely. So the military, because of something called a SOFA agreement, the UK has the right to try him first. And so until you're convicted in a military court, they can't kick you out. But because of the SOFA agreement, we had to wait so you either have to wait for the local nation, which is the United Kingdom in this case, to give consent for the base to carry out the investigation and the trial, or we have to wait for the United Kingdom court ruling to happen first. And so that's the way that the process. The SOFA agreements change depending on what country you're in. So they do get kicked out, but it's like I don't know who you are, Morales. It's a whole process. But yeah, this is why I don't post my kids on social media anymore. I used to think that it was okay to post your kids online when it was just like your friends and family that was on your page and like your coworkers. And I was never posting my kids online to make money. It was just like normal stuff that parents do. But after that interaction, I scrubbed my kids from all of my socials. I don't post them online anymore. I don't take them places where I think that someone, like if I know someone's going to be filming an event for social media, I don't bring them.
I don't blame you.
I don't turn my camera on live if my kids are in the room, all of that, just because that experience made me realize you really never know. Like I'd been stationed with him for over a year before this happened. We had to work alongside him for a year after we found out. And you never know who it could be in your midst. Absolute insanity. I won't get into some of. We got the details, like we got to see the messages and stuff like that he was sending this literal child, and it's the most just unofficially he got his face kicked in the wash rack. But of course, officially we're not allowed to do stuff like that. But yeah, so that's my crazy story. I had to work with a predator for a year, and he, like I said, eventually the UK like special police forces were escorted onto base to arrest him. And then after he was tried in court in the United Kingdom and convicted, then he went through his court martial and got kicked out of the Air Force. But he was still active duty and getting paid by the Air Force for 2 years after getting caught.
Wow.
So people are gross. The world is scary. That's my story. I don't know where this came from, but you mentioned it. Don't post your kids online. Even if you think that the people you are connected to are safe, you really don't know. That was the other thing. When they went through his computer, Sergeant Tunney was an NCO in our shop that had a couple daughters that were around his victim's age, and he had saved pictures of her daughter on his computer from her Facebook profile. And it was just all kinds of gross. So that's my spiel.
Well, thank you for that's a wild story.
Yeah, I'll have to find there's a news article, because of course this made the news when it happened. I'll have to find it if I remember and send it to you. I'm so tired, Dan.
You're good. You're good. Thank you so much for coming up.
Absolutely. I came here to escape being an activist for an hour. So
Well, then I hope it was good that I got off track of all the news stories so many times.
honestly, this has been my first break probably since last Thursday. So I have thoroughly enjoyed it.
For that.
You can have your live back now, Art.
Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Night.
Okay, so this reminded me. My health teacher in 2004, the school year of 2004 to 2005. So that have been graduated in 2008. I 7, sophomore in 2006. Okay, so I was a freshman in high school. And my health teacher was arrested for I believe I've been trying to find the newspaper article, and it's paywalled, and I'm trying to get around it, and they're not letting me. But I believe they were arrested for like sexting with a minor. This was in. No, I tried that link, Neely. It's a different kind of paywall. It's like it has the literal page of the article, the newspaper, and you can't open it without an account. But charged with endangering the welfare of a child and attempted criminal sexual assault, a second-degree crime, and carries a substantial amount of jail time. So then delete the element. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if we need to know exactly what it was, but so it was at the start of the school year. It was in the first like quarter, and I remember the remaining time that we had that health class, we didn't have a teacher. Like we just kept getting different substitutes, and we played poker the whole time. But it was so wild because this was around when like the internet was starting to internet for real. So we all would like look up. We would all go to Yahoo search engine and look up what happened. And we're like, yo, what the fuck? That was our health teacher. Anyway. Okay, we're gonna go through. There's a couple people in the guest request box. I'm gonna bring them up. Oh man, Dan remembers Ask Jeeves. Of course I remember Ask Jeeves. Hi, Anna. I think you requested a long time ago, so you might not be here right now. But I appreciate you. And I hope you have a lovely night. I have my fair share of grooming on IMVU. I don't know what IMVU is. My first internet experience was Kazaa, AOL, and the Bin Laden videos. Yes. Okay. We're basically the same age, clearly, because same Kazaa, where you would download Dragon Ball Z, Linkin Park anime music videos, and then sometimes get viruses. AOL, where they would mail you the internet on a CD, and the Bin Laden videos were huge at the time. They were like Bin Laden in a blender, and it would just like you press it, and it was Bin Laden in a blender. I def talk to adults on AOL. LimeWire, yeah, LimeWire was after Kazaa. Kazaa was like for the real. If you know if you know Kazaa, your lower back hurts. Like, let's just be real here. AOL chat rooms were. The thing is, I could never be on AOL that long because my dad would get mad that the phone line was tied up. Hold on, we might have a nostalgia live in a second, but I'm gonna get through the guests real quick. Oh wait, also hold on, Ophelia, are you still here? IRC was pre-aim. Oh God. Me. I used to have song lyrics as my aim away message. So cringe. Doom on Windows 98 or something. Is Ophelia still here? Okay. Ultimate Showdown of Ultimate Destiny. Well, James, I don't know if you've seen me sing that word for word, bar for bar. Remember spending 18 hours downloading a show, then it ended up being in Chinese. Yes. Dan, bring up your MySpace account. So I was very hesitant to ever start a MySpace account. I never had one for myself. One time, like I was visiting my my cousins in Florida back when I lived in Jersey, and then my cousin made me one, but it was like it was an alter ego. It wasn't, and I had never used it afterwards. I wish I could find our old MySpace pages. Hey, Annie.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm so nervous. I never go up on lives. Never. This is like the second time ever.
You are among friends here.
I know. That's why I feel okay. You know what? So I only got on TikTok last summer because I got out of rehab. I was clean after a 4-year-long relapse on some pretty hard stuff. And I was very isolated. And TikTok was my lifeline. And it has been ever since. So I appreciate you.
Appreciate you, and congrats on your sobriety.
Thank you. I thought you were gonna say on my my dandy award, but I'll take thanks for the sobriety as well.
Oh yes, the dandies.
I was so shocked and amazed and pleased to see me show up on there. Yes.
Did you get your dandy in the mail, or is that
Yeah, they're somebody accepted it on my behalf. I had to.
good.
I don't know. Whatever.
When you say you got on TikTok last summer, are you do you mean 2024 or 2023?
2024.
Okay.
Yeah, I like disappeared for 4 years. At the beginning of the pandemic, I had some pretty tragic shit go down, and I broke a 12-year-long like sobriety. So I did that for 4 years and reemerged in the summer of 2024. Like, what in the fuck is happening? It feels like a time warp, especially with Trump being back in office. It's bizarre. Like I can't even. And just like this now, it like I just 4 years. It's strange, but I'm glad that the TikTok exists.
Well, for at least the next 6 days.
We don't talk about the band. But yeah, so I'm going to Philly tomorrow.
You're cutting in and out.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Right now, yeah.
Yeah, okay, sorry, that was my fault. So I'm going to Philly tomorrow to protest, which is like a big deal because I am pretty severely disabled as a result of my shrug usage. I was like perfectly healthy when I relapsed. I'm an amputee. My other arm's all messed up. I'm messed up. So it's scary. But I feel like I gotta go. So I don't know. I wanted to like tell somebody in the world, to somebody's on Dan's live to, root for me.
We're all
I
here
don't know.
for you, Annie.
I mean, I'm not trying to be like, it's just, I'm actually scared a little bit. So, I don't know.
About tomorrow?
Yeah, like, so I was very active in politics from the time I was like a teenager. I was out there protesting the Afghanistan war. Like, and I've always remained so. So I can, like, when I think about myself, I think I should be on the front lines right now in LA with a helmet on. You know what I mean? Like, I can't do the things I feel like I ought to be doing to contribute to what's happening, and that sucks. But I don't want to make it about me because it's not about me. So, you know.
You're totally fine. I mean, we all have our own story, and I appreciate you sharing yours. You don't have to. You don't have to apologize for making it about you or anything like that.
I just wanted to introduce myself, I guess. That's it. Also, I would love if anybody.
Oh.
No, I'm still here. If anybody has any sign suggestions, so my idea, because I'm an amputee, I'm gonna write. I only have one arm, but I'm still gonna go down swinging. But if anybody has anything that's more funny than that, please let me know in chat because I'm not very funny. So
I mean, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
But it would have been. I only need one arm to punch a Nazi.
Ooh.
But is that better? I don't want to cause. You know what I mean? I don't want to be like.
We could use the word unarmed. That's usually a good one. I like the not punching a Nazi one though.
Unarmed there though. Unarmed protesters and such. I got that. I can workshop that. But I know you have other guests in the box. I'm about to get in an Uber. I'm in Discord. If anybody has any late night puns about armless Antifa women, please shoot them to me in the Discord. I'm at Annie Ann's with an S at the end. Annie.Annie. Wait, fuck. It's Annie.Ann's. ANNES. All right, that was very complicated. Anyways, I'll let you guys go. All right, I love everybody. Love you, Dan. Love Mac. Love everybody. Bye.
Have a good night. And show us your GeoCities page. Oh my god, I used to have an Angel Fire page. I made a when I learned HTML, I had an Angel Fire page that talked about Digimon, I think. All right, mods. Listen, you're not in trouble, okay? But this Cowboy Tony guy that kept spamming, how do you block this beta host? The mute there was right because he was spamming. But we don't want to block the crash outs, okay? Unless they cross a line. I was trying to help him. Yeah, why? Don't help him. He doesn't deserve the help. Mods are definitely in trouble. We don't want to block, we want to mock. Exactly. You ever cover the selling of public lands? It seems pretty uncovered. We did a couple months ago. Let you that. No help for maggot. No help for maggots. Yeah. Dan is gonna dance all the mods. Mod Civil War number 3. I mean, we're on the brink of World War 3. May as well do another Mod Civil War. Where were we? I'm the mole. I'm still lost about that, Dan. I learned from the best. Emergency meeting in the mod Discord. Hey, Dean.
Hey, my friend, how are you?
I'm doing all right. How are you?
That girl that was just there, Annie, she's a trooper. Congratulations to her.
100%.
So, I finally had a good day. After everything that's going on. I told my wife I'm going fishing. My mother-in-law stayed with my wife. I was gone for like 4 hours, and I just went on TikTok all day. And while I'm fishing, the line was in the water. I caught one fish. No, it was nice just having solitude for myself. Yeah.
That's good.
So I have a question.
Okay.
So hypothetically, if I was in DC with a sign that said impeach Trump as close as possible to Trump as possible, you think I'd get arrested?
I don't know how close that is.
But he said anybody that protests, he will something with force.
Yeah. No, I did see the clip. I don't know, Dean. I don't know. I am not going to advise one way or another.
No.
All I'm going to say is be safe.
Oh, I will. And I've been doing my self-protest with my sign, Trump to Chump, in my city or my town. I don't really have a city. So there's a big comment, big, huge comment, and I get honks, I get thumbs down, I have people come talk to me, but I stand alone and just do my thing when I have time. But other than that, my wife is finally she had her teeth pulled, now she had to have some crowns. I don't want to sound boring to everybody, but anyway, things are going pretty good.
That's good to hear.
So how are you?
I'm doing well, all things considered.
I'm happy to hear that. So I heard Johnny was detained in California. Do you know anything about that?
I haven't heard that. I heard about Matt, USMC Angry Vet, getting arrested. I didn't hear about Johnny getting detained. I know we just saw him in chat like an hour ago. So, if he was detained, he's not anymore. He was briefly the other day. That's what Rissa said.
Okay. Well, you can drop me down, Dan. We haven't spoken in a little bit, so I just want to come on and say hi.
Well, I appreciate that, Dean. And please let me know when you move, because Mac and I will come visit you.
You know, it'll work both ways. It's just as far from me as it is you when I come to Florida. So, like I said, I'm going to be in the Sarasota area.
Yeah.
And I'm not one for heat, but, you know, I'll find a beach and bring my fishing pole and sit there for a while.
A lot of places to fish in Florida.
Okay, Dan. You have a great night, and everybody be safe. And nobody watch that stupid birthday parade.
Oh, God.
People forget what the 4th of July is for. It's Independence Day. The key word is independence. And Trump evidently doesn't believe in independence. So I'll stop there. I won't get into politics. But anyway, we'll see you all later, and be safe.
Thank you, Dean. You as well. Have a good night.
Thank you, my friend. Good night.
Okay. Fishing with Dan and Dean stream. I'd be down. For sure. All right, y'all. I'm about to do my grifter thing. Okay. If any of you have 1 penny and can send your daily heart me, that would be awesome.
Don't boo, vote.
Mercedes can guest. For just a penny a day, you keep us on the FYP. Roll the clip. I gotta get that in OBS. My Google Pay is broken. I'll Venmo you 1 cent. No, don't Venmo. No, please do not do that. Thank you for the heart me's, everybody. Okay, so a couple reminders. The TikTok ban is scheduled for June 19th at the moment. It's probably going to get extended again, but just in case, make sure you're following on these platforms. Kaveen, thank you for the hand hearts. I don't think I'm going to debate tomorrow because if I go live, it will probably be related to the protest. But Saturday, I think we're going to be back with debates. Wait, Sunday, we'll do debates. With the protest, I feel like we might lose TikTok this time. That's fair. That's a fair point. Oh wait, someone sent me $5 on YouTube and I can't read their name. It says OMG yikes! Thank you so much for the $5. $500 to go fishing with Dan comes with the Danimal's bait tag. I mean, $500 to go fishing with Dan. Why would you spend $500 for that when you can get your very own Unfuck America Tour bundle? Thank you, Liam, for the 1 cent on Venmo. Daily heart me. Appreciate that. There's no way that's a real thing. Oh, Edward Simpson. Oh, I'm sorry to break it to you, but it is a real thing. Hold on. Don't spend it all in one place. It is a real thing. Okay, I'm not going to dwell on it too much, but I am going to pull it up real quick. These are the tickets for the second stop of the Unfuck America tour. Yes, you heard right. Tickets. Wait, they lowered the price. This used to be $149. Oh, but regardless, the VIP is still $499. Free drink tickets, early venue access, front of the line photo and drink access, VIP meet and greet, swag bag. Will you be out protesting tomorrow, Dan? I am on the fence. If I do go to protest, I want to bring just a bunch of cold bottles of water and hand them out. Did they fix the typos? I don't know. Hey, Daffers, thank you for the heart me. Hey, Ruthless. Thank you, lovely Ginger. Thank you, Ruthless. Dan's adapting the support class tomorrow. Yeah, really. Masks made for pesticides are best for tear gas, y'all. I have an N95. That's the best thing I have if I'm not gonna go like buy something. But like I said, I'm not gonna try to get too deep into any location that would have tear gas involved. I want to stay on the outskirts and just make sure people are staying hydrated. Who's even still on the tour? So of the first iteration, there's two people: CFH Unfiltered and Resistor Vic. But they also added Destiny and etc. Sometimes the tear gas finds you. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. All right, what are we doing? I'm getting way off track. The front and center. I wonder if Peyton will be out of prison in time for the tour. Well, Peyton's not in prison; he's in jail. Technically, I don't want to be that. Actually, guy. Now if he will be out, that I don't know. Hey, sir, I haven't seen you in a minute. Have you been? Did we cover Iran and Israel? Briefly, yeah. Pepto for the burn, baby shampoo, and water in a spray bottle to rinse. Pepto, like Pepto-Bismol? Leaf blower, best protection for tear gas. Another missile just hit 19 injured, 1 killed. Just now? Do we have breaking news? Broke it from Israeli media, no, just confirmed. Lemon juice sounds crazy. All right, chat. I love you all so much. Okay, I don't know how any of you are still here. This might have been the worst my ADHD's ever been during a live. The amount of branches that stemmed from this whole conversation. Now, I haven't done this in a while, but I think I'm going to eat. And so I want your help picking what I'm going to eat. So I will be right back. Okay. Real quick. Thought I was ordering in. Oh, no. We are not in that financial position at the moment. James, Valerie, and Kevin, thank you so much for being the top 3 likers. I really appreciate y'all, but I am going to turn this off so people can see this. Okay. So, wait, this whole time the flag was hanged backwards. In cuisine, steak portabella, beef and mushrooms in a savory sauce with broccoli. Tell me Dan's a bachelor without telling me Dan's a bachelor. I'm actually not a bachelor, believe it or not. Okay, we got an EO on that one. Okay, maple bourbon chicken, white meat chicken with a rice blend, pecans, sweet potatoes, and cranberries in a maple bourbon sauce. Lean cuisine, Dan's Rich. These were buy one get one free at Publix. Excuse you. Okay, herb roasted. Wait. You guys, you have to see all the options before you pick. That's not fair. To okay. Herb roasted chicken, white meat chicken, and herb sauce with roasted potatoes and broccoli. Okay, then we got baked chicken, White meat chicken with stuffing and mashed potatoes and gravy. Eat them all. Why do I look so weird? This is like, okay, so I flipped the camera. This is what I look like in real life. This is the actual, right? This is how people see me normally. I don't think I look normal. What is this? Orange chicken. Breaded white meat chicken with rice and broccoli in an orange sauce. Flip it back. I'll flip it back once I finish the options. Okay. All right, that was the lean cuisines. We have 2 wildcard options. Chicken curry with basmati rice. Or chicken vindaloo. Basmati rice. Okay. Now, this is how you guys normally see me. Dan, do you add anything to these? A spoon? Baked chicken. I vote orange or maple. Curry or orange chicken. Herb roasted chicken. The first cuisine, and if your girlfriend is there, the chicken curry. She's not here. I've never seen that one before. Eat the vindaloo. I've never had vindaloo. Vindaloo is like really spicy, which I like. Lean cuisine. Oh hell no, dude. Whole foods only. It will kill your gut and blood vessels. You'll have diarrhea. You look normal so far. X the 2 processed lean. Yeah, the curry anytime. Well, sometimes, you know, if I'm not in the mood to cook and and Uber Eats is too expensive, sometimes you gotta just go back to processed foods. But I get it. You can make any of that cheaper and better. Way too late for curry. Okay, that's fair. I'm having butter chicken, so I vote chicken curry. Orange chicken, orange chicken. Wait, so your room was backwards the whole time? Yeah. Check the food channel before you end live. Okay. Cranberry one. Maple bourbon. Why did you want me to do this? Now I'm hungrier. Baked chicken with cranberry. Neely sounds like an expert, and she says no orange chicken. What? Buying the ingredients on their own is too expensive nowadays. Yeah, so these are the lean cuisines are $3.50, and they were buy one get one free. So what is that? $175 each. Are the cops knocking on your door or something? No, why? I made fried rice with onion, pepper, tomato, mushroom. That's still too expensive for lean cuisine. That's a deal. Yeah, that's why I got them. I'm usually not a lean cuisine person. I haven't tried any of these yet. I did get, I think I got, what is this? There's 5 left. I think I got 8. So I've tried 3 different. I got 1 of every flavor. All 200 calories. This one's $3.50. The orange chicken is the most because they're breaded. I'm so old. I remember when they were 10 for $10. But I think you could still get banquet dinners for 10 for $10. But those are not it. Yeah, those are easy to do when the ADHD is ADHDing. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. $1 per calorie. That's just enough calories to piss me off. Dan, are you having a hard time eating on your meds at all? No. I don't think I am. Baked chicken one looks good too. Okay. All right. So I've been seeing most people have been saying either orange chicken, the chicken curry, the baked chicken, or the maple chicken. Right? Anorexic? No, I'm probably. I should weigh myself. Actually, I have eaten so much ice cream ever since Mac and I started dating. I really should weigh myself. I think I've let myself go. Anything but the stuffing one, maple and chicken. Here, I'll show you again. ADHD meds are how I don't constantly think about food. Wait, side note, I'm getting an orange cat tomorrow and we're naming her Nami. Aww. The stuffing one is only good lean cuisine out of those, trust me. The stuffing one. This one, the baked chicken. Okay. Yes, that one. Ozempic. I can't watch you eat stuffing. Wait, caffeine, do you don't like stuffing? Stuffing's delicious. Orange chicken. Okay, we're gonna do a vote. We're gonna do a vote. This is a democracy. I would rather eat shards of glass. Stuffing is the worst. Wait, do we really have stuffing haters? I thought stuffing was like, for the most part, loved. George W. Bush just joined. Stuffing is go-to Thanksgiving food. Yeah, I agree. Stuffing is like, I like stuffing more than the turkey. Cranberry is worse, actually. So I get cranberry sauce hate, okay? I like cranberry sauce, but I get why it's hated. But stuffing, I don't really... Wait, you can make polls where to vote you have to send coins? Bro, the grifters are gonna cook with these. I'm not reading that, Neely. I eat stuffing by itself. I'm big backed. I would too, honestly. We know who suggested that to TikTok. Stuffing is comfort food? Yeah, no, for real, for real. Okay. All right. So, what frozen meal should Dan eat? Frozen meal should Dan. Okay, so it was the baked chicken with stuffing. Stuffing. Then there was the curry chicken. Make a grift poll to vote on ingredients. Y'all calling it the grift poll? Okay, and then it was someone said maple chicken, right? Stuffing is never the move. Damn, a lot of stuffing haters. We might do a stuffing poll after this. Hold on. Now I'm super curious. Oh, orange chicken. Yeah, orange chicken. What was with the herb? What sounds good to you? They all sound good to me. Okay. Stuffing was invented because they needed to use stale bread. That's true. But that's also why bread pudding was invented. And both bread pudding and stuffing are really good. I also just really like bread. So that could be why. Okay. There should be a poll like there, like a blue clipboard. Team dressing, stuffing is gross. Wait, dressing? That's a southern thing, right? I thought dressing was just another word for stuffing. Is it different? Okay, so far it looks like Neely's recommendation has swayed this election. Voting for stuffing out of spite. Wait, mods can't vote? I guess not. Dressing is outside the bird. Well, usually I can't speak for others, but I was under the impression that that's an old school way to prepare stuffing. Most Americans just take the stovetop stuffing and put it in a pan, not in the turkey's crevice. It's surprising how invested I am in this poll. More hygienic? Yeah, no. I wouldn't eat stuffing in the bird. I'm pretty sure there's studies that say that it's not healthy to do that. I don't know if I've ever been at a Thanksgiving where they actually put the stuffing inside of the turkey's coaca or whatever that hole is called. So do you like cornbread stuffing or bread stuffing? I like both. But I prefer regular stuffing and then actual cornbread on the side. Called stovetop, not in bird. Yeah, actual stuffing can be dangerous. And cloaca. Oh, the way you pronounce it. It's called the cavity. However you want to dress it up. Okay, so it's looking like, unless there's a slew of mail-in votes, it's looking like the herb chicken with the stuffing is going to win. No, sorry, the baked chicken. Mashed potatoes and stuffing. Orange chicken, close second. Not that close. Now, what's interesting is more people voted against baked chicken with stuffing than voted for. If the third-party voters had voted for orange chicken would have won. Okay, now, I have to know. Laughing emoji if you like stuffing, crying emoji if you don't. Laughing emoji if you like stuffing, crying emoji if you don't. Okay. For the people on YouTube and Twitch that don't see the results right now, it is currently at 34 like stuffing to 12 don't like stuffing. Oh, wait, Tic Tac, thank you again for coming up today for news. I'm sorry that I derailed so many times. I will try to keep it on track for the next News with Tic Tac segment, and hopefully we'll have a theme song by then. What is that bird? What is that banging? Wait, was I banging? Okay. Cut film to vent. 3 minutes on high. Stir both sides of tray and recover, and then 2 minutes on high. Yo, I'm gonna be honest. When there's 2 steps, like if it's like cut film to vent, and then hey Davey, cut film to vent, and then like some amount of minutes, I love it. But then when they like take it out and stir and then put it back in, it's like, bro, well, I may as well have just cooked this meal. Is Dan gaslighting us about banging? the banging. Wait, I might have been banging the box and not thinking about it. You ever feel like having an news in 4 hours or more? Then if you have a hostage, you can tell us the election didn't go the way I wanted it to. That's how it happens sometimes. What, don't you like tuna in your potatoes? Okay, wait. We gotta talk about the Spud Bros and England. Okay. So they have this thing, right, in the UK, I guess, and it's gone semi-viral over here. Where basically it's called a jacket potato, right? And they news filibuster with Dan Malik. And so like they'll take like a baked potato, right, and they'll open it, and then you tell them what toppings you want on it. So usually the go-to toppings are like cheese and beans, right? Now, I've been told, I have never tried British beans, okay? I've been told they're less like barbecue beans like we have at our barbecue restaurants, and they're more like a ketchupy sauce, which is a little weird. But like cheese and beans, all right, I guess I can get behind that. Usually they also get garlic butter. And what's funny is they ask salt and pepper on your potato. Imagine not just putting salt and pepper on the potato that you're serving to a customer. Anyway, I'm so glad I'm Mexican, bro. Oh, wait, I have a story about Mexican food in a second. Okay. But they also have other options, right? So they have like, chili, which is like, beans and meat, right? And then they have coleslaw, which I mean, I guess I can kind of understand. Starscream loves beans. I love that Starscream's mother is in chat. Like that's so fucking cool. Wait till when my mom figures out how to download TikTok, these lives are gonna be something. Where is I going with this? Literally everything I hate has been mentioned in the last 5 minutes. But anyway, okay, so they also have tuna salad as an option. So like, why would you put tuna salad on a potato, let alone tuna salad on beans on a potato? It doesn't make sense. And then they set him up. They set up Keith Lee. Keith Lee went to the UK to do like a food tour, and they told him to get the cheese, beans, and tuna. They set that man up. Did you see the one where the girl asked for the posh potato plate and ran off? I don't know. There's so many of them, and a lot of them are scripted. Why ruin two good things? Harry left the royal family because he was hungry. Didn't show my creation. Oh wait, hold on. Harage chicken chasu. Wait. 2 whole karage thighs, mashed tater koroki. I don't know what that is. Pepper jack cheese, belly chasu, slathered in tonkatsu pepper gravy, served with a side of Japanese-inspired ranch. Oh, No, wait, I know those. Liam, those I know. The ones I didn't know is negi mashed tater koroki. That was the thing I didn't know. Green onion. Okay. Yeah, no, I know karage and I know chasu. Um, tell us your Mexican food story. Ooh, I was gonna forget. Okay, so yesterday, when I was helping Mac with her move, she took me to a Mexican food cart. She said it was the best Mexican food she's found in this area of Florida. Or not food cart, it was a food truck. And let me tell you, okay? First of all, prices were amazing. Okay, I think it was like $2.50 per taco. She got a quesadilla that was stuffed with chicken for like $7. And it also came with a side of so this is okay. I don't know if this is a Mexican thing. I don't know if this is a thing specific to this food truck or what, but they asked with my tacos, they said, "Do you want jalapenos or pineapple or both?" And I said both out of sheer curiosity. I had never been served pineapple with a meal. I don't know if that's a Mexican thing. Was it tacos al pastor? One of the tacos I got was al pastor. I got 4 tacos, 1 chicken, 1 al pastor, 1 steak. Because those are soaked in pineapple juice. Pineapple salsa is amazing. It wasn't salsa. It was just like diced pineapple. It was great. I loved it as like a little side dish. And then the jalapenos came with carrots. I also don't know if that's a thing specific to this food truck. With pastor, they will serve pineapple. Okay, so I'm just not ordering pastor enough, I guess. But yeah, really good. Also, they had aguas frescas, and usually I get horchata. Well, not usually. When I'm in the mood, I get horchata. I really like horchata, but it's very sweet. Yeah, carrots, peppers, all pickled. Yes. And sometimes I get whatever the hibiscus one is. I can't remember what it's called. But this time I got one I had never tried before. It was strawberries and cream, and oh my god, it was good. So good. Yeah, that one. Jamaica. Jalapenos with carrots and onions. Oh yeah, there was onions too. Like a whole thing of like grilled onions just on the side. It was really good. Yeah, so and this was the cup. This was the cup. Like we shared it. Mac and I shared it. It was so huge, and we had some left over. We brought it home. This was the cup. And then for dessert, they had freshly fried churros stuffed with dark chocolate. $2 each. It was good. Bounty paper towels available on a roll to wipe your hands and mouth. Needless to say, I'm going back. Okay, I should probably heat this up. I'm from California. I'm gonna head down there. Okay, I'm gonna turn on text to speech so that you guys can talk amongst yourselves, and I'll be back shortly. You show the cup again?
Hi,
Wait,
Gigi. Thanks
why?
for the
Are
live
you
Dan.
gonna take it out
I
of
needed
context? I loved hitting up Mexican food trucks in Cali.
Angela Queen.
Okay, I will be
Obama.
back.
Might have to drive over from Colorado to get some lull. You be Dan eating. Who wants to bring me some tacos? I am having Oreo shake. Dan, there's someone peeking at us from behind the flag. At HIDEE, can I have some? One key opens both doors. Damn, his microwave is loud.
Wait, you guys heard the microwave?
What's Lil Marco eating?
Oh, wait, where
At
is it?
Lynn_Manuel_Mariah, I'll Venmo Dan to gift it to you. I did, yeah. I was just in Wamama, Florida visiting with friends. I currently live in Arizona. Who's in the backyard? One key opens both doors.
Walker. I gotta go feed Walker. Hang on.
At Brittany Walker. I made a salad, but now I don't want it after all this other yummy food talk. How Walker? 5 burglars with guns. U.S. is sending warships and fighter jets over the region.
Oh.
At Neely Light Blue Heart lol. Dan, run for office. Watch out, the 5 burglars are outside. No new wars. No new wars, everyone.
Imagine if you find out about World War III breaking out in a live, mostly about
LRBCO2LMAOOO.
in a live about lean cuisine. You find out that World War III breaks out. That would be monumental.
Dan, Trump is right behind you. Dan, run from office. Run far away. It would happen that way.
Liam, thank you for the $5. Give Mariah a sub. I can't because
LMAO.
my Google Payment's broken. Yes, sir.
If Trump were there, Dan would have smelled him long ago.
But give me 1 second. I'm gonna feed
Stefan
Walker.
will save us in the war. No, Dan should run to office. Thank you. All patriots love stuffing. Yes, sir. Saluting face Dan. At Rin, I need it bad. Trump can't get up Dan's stairs. At Neely Light Blue Heart. At Marnium 99. Spring rolls for the win. At Hell Hogan. At Hell Hogan LMAOO. At Hell Hogan W Hell Hogan. Can you pick who to share a subscription with? You can. At HIDEE, I think queso. At HIDEE, me. But you have to before you buy. I think. But I am often wrong. I thought you could. I heard the microwave beep. At Neely Light Blue Heart true. At Neely Light Blue Heart not about orange chicken. At Moxie_HL_5654 that's his smoke alarm. At Evask that is the only dance he knows. Hello everyone. At LRDCO2LMAOO. At HIDEE def not about that. No kings in America.
Okay. How do I gift the sub? I know how to do it when I'm not on live. Second. Can I figure it out?
Use
Wait.
the Schwartz.
Figure what out?
IDK honestly. Dan is my favorite. Mock is sleeping and the Dark Lord isn't around today. Coincidence? What do we think will go wrong at Trump's birthday party? At Jamesh 2 Thiev. Click send and specific viewers.
I can't. It doesn't say send on.
At Neely Light Blue Heart hopefully everything.
It doesn't say send
What if
on
the
here.
Spider-Man you paid to be there
What I'm
doesn't
gonna
show
do
up?
is I'm gonna join the live on my backup and gift it from there.
At Neely Light Blue Heart the protest. May the Schwartz be with you.
May the Schwartz be with you?
You have to be friends, I think. At Neely Light Blue Heart lighting strikes Melania, Elon pulls up in a Tesla. They drive off together. Joke. It's from Spaceballs. At roast_Keef.
Thanks,
We're begging
Obama.
people not to protest in DC. That's from Spaceman's the movie. Ho chat.
Thanks, Obama.
OMG Dan doesn't know about Spaceballs. At Lynn
misspelled
_Manuel
hi.
_Mariah of course. Wish I could gift it myself.
James, thank you for the
At Dan Malik back
thank
up
you for the
me and
gifted
toes.
sub.
At Falcon reads why is that?
Okay, Mariah. Oh, there you are. Okay.
Dan, do you not know Spaceballs?
I haven't seen it. Damn, my sub's only $4.
Holy hell.
I'd have to raise the price.
What?
Kidding.
Dan gotta insanely throw an insult on the backup. Spaceballs live watch? Lol. Instantly. What's going on in DC?
Wait, they're not showing
At
up.
LRDC02.
Lin
Absolute
Manuel
classic.
Mariah. So, okay, these are the options that it's giving me. Oh, we have to be friends. Okay. All right.
Have to be friends or a top viewer or gifter. They don't want people to protest in DC. He is looking for an excuse to cause a riot.
Okay. Oh, Lin Manuel Mariah is a private account. I can't. You gotta accept the
I can't
request.
find shit. LMAOO.
Trying so hard.
Dude, I will just send one lol. Chat follow PLS. This is quality content, for sure worth $5 a month at least lol. Dan working for his own sub. At Bryson Boyer 100%. All this for Mariah lol. People are still trying to block the parade.
Okay. Here. Lin Manuel Mariah. Send subscription. Specific users. Lin Manuel Mariah. Okay. Yes, I agree to subscription terms.
It's NIT safe, please don't do it.
Don't send it?
At Lin _Manuel
Oh.
_Mariah Uari. No. Clone Dan like Biden.
Sherry,
Block
thank you for the
parade?
sub.
That would not be smart.
Thanks, Obama.
Dan
Okay.
bot.
All right. The mission is accomplished. And you know what?
W mom.
I'm going to tip Dan to heart me.
Shocked face. We're gonna get some Tiananmen, SP, square type stuff if people go to DC. We accomplished the mission. LMAOO. Dan thanking himself for the sub. At Moxie _HL _5654 thank you heart hands. W Sherry. Thanks guys. Dan giving himself a tip. At Dan Malik backup this guy is bad news. At Nietzsche Peace 8 _2, Obi Sage just go anywhere but DC to protest. Griftception.
Okay. I got to go get my frozen meal.
Is this how MAGA felt when they thought they were being silenced before Trump? Angela ignored that one? At Lin _Manuel _Mariah. Tomorrow is going to be wild. Go feast king.
Okay.
I have a bad feeling about this weekend. At Angus timestamp? At Angus yes no? At Angus sending that to the FBI good job. At LRDC02.
How
At
do you guys hear the
99 me too,
microwave?
sadly. Angus is still here?
Okay, you know what that means actually? I'm going to mute because I'm going to use the restroom and I don't want you guys to hear that.
It beeps. At Marnium99 y'all be safe. Why not? Hold down the number 2 till it beeps and it'll turn off sound. Watering the plants. At Sherry thanks, you too. At Lynn _ Manuel _ Mariah wait actually? At Angus didn't you claim Dems are violent earlier? Hold the number 2. At Marnium99 I have to work tomorrow. At Lynn _ Manuel _ Mariah does that work on humans?
Thanks, Obama.
At Angus will have FBI at his door soon. At Angus I am waiting for the timestamp still. At LRDCO2 yes it works for mine I hate the sound. I am protesting in Delaware. Philly sounded too spicy. At Marnium99 holding the number 2 can mess up your intestines. At Sprinkles unfortunately, no. At Lynn _ Manuel _ Mariah I am gonna try that next time thank you. Angus seems a little obsessed with Dan. At Neely light blue heart true. Angus really needs to get a more fulfilling hobby. At Jamesh 2 Thea very obsessed with Dan. At Sherry at least you should be safe at work. Angus gets lonely since Q went away. At LRDCO2 it'll go beep 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 fast and then it should be off. I remember when this used to be a Thirst Live. LMAO. At LRDCO2 but you have to redo it after a power outage. A Thirst Live? At Rome. I am sorry WHAA? What? At Rome I am wheezing. Now we have to behave ourselves. Angus probably violates the dog in his picture. At Shane Saucisho MBM I tried to send you a sub. Did it work? Someone PLZ explain. At Angus more for me to send to the FBI, thanks. Let's leave only Dan's for only Mock. Angie's dog is never happy to see him when he gets home. At Angus so no timestamp? At Falcon reads only Dan's. Lol, not Angie. I haven't seen Mock or Darklord today. Weird. Big back, big back. Guys, I am an idiot. I tried zooming in to be nosy and read the thing hanging on the wall. Does anybody remember unknown currency? Fear damn. Muted. Feast Dan. Muted. Dan's muted. Mike. Dan, you're muted. Dan muted.
That was intentional.
Your mic is off.
I added
muted.
some black pepper
You're still
to
muted.
the potatoes.
W veneers. Mods should probably kick Angus. Muted. At LRDC02. W Dan. Still muted.
Yeah, I'm blocking
Sure it was
Angus.
Buddy.
He's my number one
Muted.
fan, but
IDK if you know this, but you were muted. At Rose if it's unknown, how would we remember it?
he's my number one fan, but
Hooray. Angus said some messed up stuff.
yeah, he's not a good
Dan
person.
muted. W Chef. At roast _ Keef. At Brittany especially today. W Dan. I will not miss Angus. Did you wash your hands?
He did.
With soap? Dan.
Yes, every time I wash with soap. I'm like annoying
How
with
can we
hand
be
washing.
sure? Dan, did you get my microwave advice? My subscription. At Adriana Parker Father, he's been worse today. Do people not wash with soap? Hold down the 2 and it'll make the sound turn off. At Rocket Surgeon, good night. How do we know? We couldn't hear you this time. At Brittany, seriously. At Broach Soap, no water is crazy. At Bryson Boyer, Trump supporters don't. At Bryson Boyer, unfortunately. Yum. YUMMM. Yum. Don't forget to feed Lil Marco. Thanks for the bite. Caffeine spent want any stuffing. Wait, I have to know, do people really not wash their legs?
Oh my
Dan
god.
typos.
I remember that internet debate.
Marco doesn't deserve any. I heard people let the soap run down and think it's clean. How much does Lil Marco eat? At Lil
Alright,
underscore
Cowboy
Manuel
Tony.
underscore Mariah Ye 0.
I'm gonna send you.
EU. At Neely Light Blue Heart, we're
I'm
gonna
gonna send
fight
you
later.
an invite so that you can
Not the legs.
so I can walk you
At
through
Cowboy
blocking
Tony
me.
asks something new.
Oh, you have your invites off.
At Cowboy Tony LMAO. At Caffeined. At Lynn underscore Manuel underscore Mariah I do. Those exfoliating net towels things.
Okay.
This is why
Next
the Native
time,
Americans
if he
had to
keeps
carry
spamming
incense
a
around for the
5-minute
YTS,
mute,
huh?
and if he comes back after the
At
5-minute mute,
HIDE me Tuco.
we can talk about blocking.
Cowboy Tony is Angus Alt. My stickers made it.
Yes, they did. They were in limbo for a while, but we hit. I don't
Love
know
the new stickers.
what the threshold was. We hit some kind of like milestone that allowed us to
At
add
Caffeine
more
W.
stickers.
At HIDE I just got one of those today and I am excited to use it.
Oh.
Maybe 100k?
I think it was sub-related. Speaking of which, we're in a subwave.
Tad was a bit of a milestone. I sent Dan a TikTok and he laughed at it. Is this what love is? What does that make you?
What is that, Megan?
What's a subwave?
Oh, if we hit like...
How have the allergies been lately?
So right now it says 4 out of 7. If we hit 7 in the next 3 minutes, then everyone gets like an exclusive emote or something. How have the allergies been lately? I think pretty good. I'm on like my 7th allergy shot, doing them twice a week. And then after 3 months, it's going to go down to once a week. But
the
they were
allergy
really
shots
bad
help.
2 days ago.
At Sprinkles, hope it works for you.
I think it's because
That's
of the
exciting.
move. There was a lot of
My husband is allergic to cats, so we'll see how he reacts
So,
tomorrow.
like we were Mac was
Dan's
moving out
sub
of
is
a place
cool.
that had 4
W
cats.
veneers.
So once all the furniture was out and there was just like dust from under the
Thanks,
couches,
Obama.
and then
It's not bad. It's
and then
fine.
the 4 cat dander, I was cooked. Brutnackers, thank you for the gifted sub.
Can I get a ho yeah?
Oh yeah. Covering the Israel-Iran conflict.
Get air purifier.
On and off, yeah. Get air purifier. Well, that was the old. Like she doesn't live there
Ooh,
anymore.
yeah.
But
2 more subs. Come on. Sub to Dan. It's so worth it. At HIDE, thanks. W hair transplantation. You welcome Dan. Love you guys. Dan, bring me up real quick. I have an announcement. Who? I said hi, you a yeah.
you guys hear what I'm chewing?
Yep. Yes. Yes. Yes.
Is it
Yes.
bad? 'Cause I know
A bit. Sure, Dan. Always. Yeah. Dan, we can hear you allow. Yes. Yes. Yes.
it isn't bad.
Yes.
Well, I know that.
You
So
thought we couldn't?
I know there's some people that like really don't like the sound of that. I can't remember what it's called. I think Tic Tac's one of those people. Hearing flavor. Misophonia. Thank you. So I don't wanna like I can mute if it's bad is what I'm trying. It only bothers me with people I hate. Rather hear that than bigotry. That bite was kind of gross. Wait, was it? Y'all don't know how surreal it is to have like hundreds of people watching you eat. Like I've kind of gotten used to it, but every once in a while I remember I'm like, I should probably like not lick the plate because there's hundreds of people watching. It's so weird. Not that I'm saying you guys shouldn't watch. That's not what I'm saying. It's just like when you spit out the cookie dough and ate it again. No, I never did that. That's fake news. I remember when someone muted me for making a comment about you licking a see-through lid. Rose, was that someone involved in a civil war by chance? Remember when you ate a protein bar with a spoon? It has been almost 10 months. There are too many things to remember. Yes, I do remember eating the protein bar with a spoon. Didn't I put the protein bar in the microwave and that's why I was eating it with a spoon? Never forget.
How DF do you eat it with a spoon? You remember. Protein bar soup is crazy work.
It wasn't soup. You slice it and then you scoop, right? Put in your mouth.
Why did you put it in the microwave?
To warm it.
Where did that idea come from? I am sad I missed out in the first 5 months-ish. Ew. Why did you want to warm it? It hasn't been a full year and we've been through so much lol. Why do you need to warm it? Dan's interrogation. IDK if I can follow you anymore LMAO. That's diabolical behavior. At Rose ADHD. Like sis you see a TikTok where someone did it?
No, it's just the chocolate.
With you?
That's diabolical.
Dan
it's the chocolate
protein
melts.
bars are room temperature always.
It's the chocolate melts and it gets nice and gooey instead of hard.
First the chewing and now this. At Neely Light Blue Heart. At Adriana Parker, is that actually a thing? I don't know, man.
You know what?
Revenge for the stuffing, you're welcome.
I will microwave a protein bar right after this.
That's mega level weird,
and show
bro.
you guys. Okay?
Too hard. Breaking news, Dan runs when it's hard. At Caffeine. Sir, pick better words, lol.
What did I say?
LMAOO. But is it good? No
Yeah,
WHT.
I think so.
At Rose, yes, cuz melted chocolate.
Don't you dare.
Dear God, please don't.
I'm gonna lose followers.
You said ooey gooey instead of hard.
All right, y'all. One rose and I'll do it.
Put an egg in the micro W.
The micro W.
Microwave. At Adriana Parker, I guess I don't get it. He'll refollow you in a week maybe. Dan slowly losing all the chewing,
All right, say
stuffing,
less.
and warm protein bar eating haters. Do we have to end crab rave then?
Thank you, Reagan.
You used hard and gooey in the same sentence.
Oh. I see. We vibing right now? Yeah. We're eating lean cuisine?
This live is bringing you back down to 99k followers lol. We need a crab wrap if we have to watch you eat a microwave protein bar.
It's dessert.
Put Lil Marco in the microwave. He needs to gain Hulk powers. Rave.
I'm gonna finish this. I'm gonna put a microwave in the protein bar. And you guys will see what I'm talking about. You don't want to be associated with someone like...
Say tat again. He's also microwaving an egg. Elmo. A microwave in the protein bar. I am going to Alina's live. You're gonna put a microwave in the protein bar? Danceld. Microwave in the protein bar. A microwave in the protein bar. You're gonna put a microwave in the protein bar? At roast_Keef. Bruh.
Okay.
LMAOO. That's going in the Discord. Y'all, we are some haters.
I'm gonna eat off
Put the
camera now.
microwave in the protein bar and then you shake it all about. 7-hour live about protein bar incoming. Bruh. Words are hard for Elmo. Poor Dan. I always make microwaves in protein bars. We can't see the chat with that there. How many things have you randomly microwaved, Dan? Dan has lost all supporters. LMAO, this is like when Dean Withers says the cop of the neck instead of neck of a cop.
Is that a
We can
frequent thing?
still see you. At roast_Keef. I cook all my food in a protein bar. Male loneliness epidemic puts protein bar in microwave. Yes. Do you microwave Pop-Tarts?
I don't usually buy Pop-Tarts, so no.
At LRDC02.
Okay. I'm just about done. Reagan sent the rose, which means I'm gonna microwave a protein bar.
At Neely Light Blue Heart.
And Rissa and Adriana also did in support.
I am scared of what else you microwave.
What I'm first gonna do.
The real ones stay after you microwave the protein bar. No.
So we call the week.
Cancel Rose Givers. At LRDCO2 his cats are next. Will you microwave too now? Rose. This is Dan's version of the Howard Dean yell. Bring US with. At Moxie_HL_5654, did you just say you are going to microwave a cat? Goodbye. Will we get live microwave action? At Moxie_HL_5654. Protein barring a microwave. Protein barring a microwave. At HIDEE, no, not me, Dan. At Adriana Parker Jinx. At Neely Light Blue Heart Jinx. That background will trigger MAGA. Danington. What else do you guys think Dan microwaves? At Neely Light Blue Heart Double Jinx. Toast? Never thought of this method. His socks. Dan, don't put your microwave in your protein bar in a cat. Bananas? That's like a turducken. Then just drop his plates.
Okay.
Eggs. At Neely Light Blue Heart he throws those in the oven Lorelai Gilmore style. This shish is bananas. Watermelon. Plate his drops. Everything vaguely microwave shaped. No. Yum. At Lynn_Manuel_Mariah, yes. At Neely Light Blue Heart, not a turducken. Unhinged behavior. WWII incoming and Dan's microwaving a protein bar. Seek help, Dan.
Okay. So I'll turn Angela back on in a second. So this is the protein bar right now. Hard it is. I can't even cut through it with. But 20 seconds in the microwave. Wait until you see the result.
This is like an infomercial. Yes. Bite it. With a spoon? Dan, you have teeth. Why do you need to be able to eat it with a spoon? A complete mess. Unfollow. It's an on-the-go snack. Blasphemous. I thought that was an ice cream bar. At Moxie_HL_5654, no. Ice cream biters unite. This is like an infomercial. Where are the adults? Is this one of those bad 5-minute crafts videos? Yeah, you can't cut it with a spoon like it's supposed to be. At Adriana Parker. I am curious. Dan needs an adult. We stuck with you through the Z drama, but this is too far. At Sprinkles, yes. At Caffeined.
Is Mac aware that Dan does this? Mac is sleeping right now. So that's it. I'm gonna leave it in. Okay. So this is post 20 seconds in the microwave. Watch this. Yo, it's glistening. Ooey. Put a scoop of vanilla ice cream next to it. You're golden.
No. Men. I am telling Mock. Yes, we all love our protein bars to glisten. Where's Mock? He wants to soil our ice cream. Whatever works for you, Dan lol. A glistening protein bar lol. Why? Dan selled. This is why bear greater than man. Alright, I'm bailing out Peyton. Pink eye for Dan. Rock bottom. I'm not gonna sit here and take this. I am telling my mom. She's gonna be so mad at you. A shiny protein bar. At Rome. Jail, blocked, and unfollowed. Bear wouldn't put protein bar in a microwave. Reported. This is why people think you're YT. I am boycotting Dan. Okay, the noise you make when you're eating the soft protein bar is disturbing. Someone make an alt Dan account called Glistening Protein Bar. Yet man does. I'm calling CPS cause Dan needs an adult. At Riza LMAOO. At Riza STOPPP. I picked the bear over that protein bar. At Riza. At Riza. This is something Trump would do. Can't post bail when you skip out on it. Glistening protein bar is crazy. Rubio switch seats with Dan.
How melty the chocolate is, watch.
What if we all throw microwave protein bars at Trump? It has veins. Don't I am sick. Blowing on a protein bar in 2025 is crazy. Does Marco glisten when he comes out the
What
microwave?
year would justify it?
I am full on face palming here. I just can't.
It's not
Or
every
mashed
protein bar,
potatoes.
by the way. Hold on.
I don't trust it.
I just want to be clear. Not every
2077
protein
maybe.
bar is microwavable. But this one has like caramel and chocolate. You know? The hard knock life for Dan. I'm in my struggle era. Lean cuisine and microwave protein bars.
Dan's gone soft. Dan, how many protein bars have you tried this with? Dude,
Not that many.
be honest. Maybe that is what was in Trump's hair. Maybe it wasn't shit. So has his protein bar. Call Adult Protective Services. That damn noise. Jeez. At Z knows he's just microwaved. One protein bar opens both doors. At Neely Light Blue Heart, no, it was shit. At LRDC02. At Kanan Help, he's unhinged. I used to roast mini marshmallows with toothpicks on tea candles when I was poor. I kinda get it. At Lynn_Manuel_Mariah, you're totally right. Can we get a definitive tier list of microwavable protein bars? You're really enjoying that bar. At Sprinkles, same. That chewing noise sounds very moist. Glistening veiny protein bar.
I'm telling you, it's better than it
Bryson
is
Boyd.
dry.
Someone call Santana to do an intervention.
Wet is better than dry.
Whoa there, Marco. Big Marco is terrifying. Let us see it again. At Sprinkles, I nuke marshmallows in the microwave. For just 2 pennies a day. I bet Marco Rubio microwaves his protein bars. Wild. Moist. Melts in his mouth, not in his hand. That's what she said. Marco is a big boy. This experience has forever ruined roses for me. Dan, catch this. Who said moist? I am suing toy. Suing you.
Are y'all ready for
At Adriana
redemption?
Parker, the best and only way to eat Peeps marshmallows. I am so upset I can't even type. A moist, glistening protein bar. What is happening? At Lynn _ Manuel _ Mariah Angela said it. Contexto.
Right.
I think Dan now owes all of us a rose. At Jamesh 2 Thiev, you're right.
Now, redemption. Okay? Because I'm going to show you, crying, screaming, throwing up. I'm going to show you what I got from Publix because it was buy one, get one free. And I'm going to have that as a palate cleanser from the microwave protein bar. Be right back. Redemption are going to make it worse. If it needs a palate cleanser, it's not worth it.
Tread lightly. Need to just replace that palette entirely. Listen for how Dan throws things in the microwave. Mock, you let Dan do this? At Izzy 2 Biggie fried ice cream is good. Next he's going to bring in a microwave.
Okay. Now y'all don't snitch this part. You can snitch the microwave protein bar, okay? Don't snitch this part to Mac, because I was planning on surprising her because she always complains about how there's not enough cookie dough in her ice cream. And these were buy one get one free at Publix. So is Ben and Jerry's snackable cookie dough. So next time she's here, I'm gonna add cookie dough to her ice cream. But also some of this. Here. Does she watch you back on YouTube? No, I don't think she does. First W of the night. That is redemption.
At Hell Hogan them's fighting words. Last piece of bar reminds me of the Chappelle skit of Tyrone talking to kids about not doing D-rugs. That's normal though, not the protein bar. Now I want to go get my ice cream. At Izzy 2 Biggie
Wait.
the Tempura 1.
How is someone's name Glistening Protein Bar, but it's not a new account? Like, you actually changed your name? Now, if we put the cookie dough in the microwave, we're going to have some cookies, maybe? Not doing all that, though. Hey, Nat.
At Glistening Protein Bar. Tiny cookies. That's not how cookies work. At Glistening Protein Bar LMAO. How much was the cookie dough? Everybody's so creative.
I want to say
Now
it was
I am
$5.99. So with BOGO,
Teeny
it's
tiny
like
cookie bites.
$3.
I am here. How much was it before tariffs? Everything's computer. Bet those would turn out great in an air fryer. At Lynn _ Manuel _ Mariah 2.99. At Moxie _ HL _ 5654 I believe it. Dance panic. At Jamesh 2 Thiev air fryer greater than microwave. At Lynn _ Manuel _ Mariah lol. At Jamesh 2 Thiev Dan only believes in microwave. At
You know what?
LIDCO2 yes 10,000x yes.
Wait, I have to make a meme.
Now put the cookie dough the protein bar and then put it in the microwave lol.
I have to make a meme.
Enemy. Only grifters can afford to buy straight up cookie dough.
It was BOGO! Plus, I did grift 3 roses, so.
Our warmest lord and savior, the microwave. Dan please a top while you're ahead. I made it from Alabama. Hell yeah brother. At Neely Light Blue Heart.
Okay. I think you guys are going to like this meme. We need to know some Dan lore.
At Bryson Boyer then put the microwave and the cookie dough in the protein bar. Dan is eating like the 1%. Oh my keyboard was in Spanish. Just don't put the meme in the microwave. Meme time with Dan. At hell, Hogan, I just laughed way too loud.
What did Hell Hogan say? Hell no, brother. Yeah.
Don't put the mic in the Mamero wave. Where were you last night? At Johnny Palmadessa he did I unfollowed. Whoa.
Hey, Johnny's
At
here.
Johnny Palmadessa subs only I think. At Johnny Palmadessa sub or gift stuff sad face. At Johnny Palmadessa she only reads subs. Elmo.
Wait, Johnny.
You did this to yourself. Someone get Johnny a sub.
The thing is, it doesn't just read subs. It also reads like, member level of like
Not everyone gaslighting Johnny.
2 or 3 or whatever. Yeah, Sprinkles
Johnny
is a member
Palmadessa.
level 2.
Wilson Brothers? Did they do tag team
But
debates?
Johnny has no member level.
So
Johnny,
subs
have
get
you
the voice
never
thing?
sent a heart me?
I don't have a sub. Johnny he. Damn.
Real.
Awkward. Evie is barking in her sleep. Hi.
Aww.
Johnny, how could you? Johnny never sent a heart me. Johnny fake friend, Jay.
Johnny exposed.
Johnny exposed.
Wait, the guy
Rip.
at the
I am
start of the
just gonna
live,
type
there was a
what
guy
Johnny
that said
types
we
so
would
he gets
learn
read.
today about Johnny.
Someone called Jimmy.
Remember, Jimmy?
The guy
Yes,
was right.
Jimmy was right. So this means you are straight and voted for Trump.
Jimmy. They rise and fall of the USA coming soon to a theater near you. Johnny
Thanks,
loved
Obama.
Dan. LMAOO. Jimmy was right.
Oh,
Jimmy
the
knew
sub
all
coming
along.
in.
I like women. Guys,
Izzy,
we
thank you
can't
for the
trust a
gift
man
sub.
named Jimmy. OW Izzy. Johnny equals Angus alt account. That is the logical line of thought. I microwave Pop-Tarts. Yes. Jimmy prophesied this. OMG, I am a crab. Perfect timing. At Johnny Palmadessa, that's your first read out message LMAO. OMG, she listened to me.
Thank you for the roses.
Hashtag Jimmy was right. At Adriana Parker, no toaster only. At Johnny Palmadessa, are you feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? That water bottle didn't stand a chance. At roast underscore Keef HAHAHAHAH. At Johnny Palmadessa like, Mr. Krabs. At Sherry no. Hashtag Jimmy was right. Justice for Jimmy. I am feeling something. Is Johnny reverse DL?
Reverse DL is crazy.
Did I miss last night's?
Last night's what? Oh no, I didn't go live last
Jimmy
night.
was seriously so weird though, guys.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
At Sherry
Wicked
Toasters only.
Gore!
At Rome. Contexto?
Thank you for the dinosaur.
Dan,
I've missed
Jimmy
you,
said he
man.
was sending you proof about Johnny. Did you ever get it?
No.
I am a sub and this Siri thing didn't repeat me. Contexto?
Johnny,
Just
not
got
that
home
kind of
from work.
sub.
The proof is in the mail. Is reversal DL high up? Johnny is iconic, I love Johnny. I bet Dan microwaves ice cream. I saw that.
I have a story.
At Johnny Palmadessa.
I have a story.
Yes, she copied me. At
Okay.
Johnny Palmadessa, sometimes Angela gets mad and ignores you.
As a kid, all right. As a kid, I went through like a 1 week. Don't tell us this story. I went through like a 1 week thing where I would put ice cream in a mug and then microwave it until it was liquid, stir it, and then drink it like a hot chocolate. And it was really good. But I realized that either like ice cream is just better than hot chocolate. So I stopped doing it. Unsub me right now. Ice cream soup. So I stopped. I was only it was only a week, okay? And I was like 13. I stopped. Dan, is there any info on US MC Angry Veteran? Yes, there is. Hold on. I have an update for you guys. Oh my god, please stop talking. Hold on, let me change the subject. Okay, the update is Jolly wants to assure everyone that Matt is fine. There was a peaceful protest on the steps of the Capitol. Some veterans were peacefully arrested, including Matt. Matt was expecting to be arrested. Jolly has spoken to Matt's wife, and he knows the location where Matt is being held. As soon as Matt is processed, Jolly will bail him out. Jolly has asked everyone to calm down. They've got this. He also asked that no one bothers Matt's wife. Okay, but hear me out. Ice cream in your coffee instead of ice. That is what's known as an affogato, I think. Civil disobedience for the win. Jolly is live right now. Maybe we'll do a Jolly raid. Dan, are you okay? Are you okay? Dan, eating melted ice cream is crazy. Stop the live. I want to get off. Did I ever tell you guys about when my 7th grade science teacher stole my invention? Wait, you know what's so funny about that, Kai? Kai said Mac put a lock on his microwave. So when Dan is abusing us with these microwave stories. Okay. So I was helping Mac move for the past like 3 or 4 days, right? And the first day I got there, basically nothing had been moved yet. The first thing she moved, and by moved I mean put in a pile to give to the Salvation Army or Goodwill, or I can't remember what donation place, was her microwave. And she's like, oh, well, the new place has a microwave. And so I was like, well, wait, but we're going to need a microwave for the next 2 days because we're not moving until Wednesday. And I got there Monday. But so I had to just not microwave anything. Air fryer is greater than microwave. I had to use the air fryer actually for what I was cooking. Dan, do you have an air fryer? I do. Dan went through microwave withdrawals. My microwave broke. I was honestly lost. That's what I'm saying. And then make sure you could microwave the protein bar. No air fry protein bars. Better keep your eyes on that air fryer, Dan. It's a good thing Mac's asleep. Best in a journal. Some things are best kept secret. Yeah, I bet there's people in chat saying you couldn't have waterboarded this information out of me. You saw one set of footprints behind you. It was when microwave was carrying you. Wait. All right. Who here also watches old clips of Kitchen Nightmares, no matter how many times they get re-uploaded? And follow-up question. Who here remembers when Gordon asked who cooked this, and the waiter said Chef Mike, referring to the microwave? And who remembers when at the end of that episode, Gordon fires Chef Mike by throwing him out the window? And who remembers or who has seen, if you go to the end, the very end of certain Kitchen Nightmares videos, there is a secret link that leads you down a what are those spooky story when it's like a spooky story, okay, on the internet. Creepypasta. They're like creepypasta links at the last 2 seconds of the videos, and it leads you down a rabbit hole of the microwave reviving itself from the grave, okay? Who said yes to all of those questions? Because I will follow you back. The very, very specific Dan's microwaved protein bar. No, not with Marco on it. That Dan has lost it. Imagine if all these stories were fake. How much lore did I get? So today we talked about all the different things I've microwaved. The creepypastas in the... Okay. You're so boring, bro. Cowboy Tony. Spam something more funny. Like, what are you doing? Is it actually just a bot? Okay. Legalized comedy. All right, then I gotta be up at 5. Good night, Izzy. Probably Selena. Can I tell that story? No, I can't. Chat and Discord. Who is this Johnny? Oh, on YouTube chat. Johnny is a creator. I think he's primarily on TikTok. Who's currently covering the protests. Have to make everyone forget the last 20 minutes. Dan, you give off the vibe of secretly voting for Trump. Not gonna lie. Wait, is that a serious comment? Because I'm curious. I'm curious why you would think that. No, LL. Oh, okay. There's no question mark on that. Dan has to Men in Black us to make us forget. Yeah, I'm gonna Men in Block you. Okay.
At Marnium99, the flashy thing. At Lynn_Manuel_Mariah, go watch it, it's good. At Kendall MMM, we all wish, don't we? At Sherry, yup. Yeah, only MAGA would microwave a protein bar, that's a good point. Glistening protein bar equals MAGA activity. Dan, put a spoon on your nose so we know you're real. What are you chewing on now, Dan?
The Ben & Jerry's cookie dough. I have one piece left. One piece is real.
One piece mentioned. Dan pulling the protein out of the bar via microwave. Well, stop, Jay. Dan accidentally outing himself as MAGA. Now I am having ice cream. Did you microwave that too? I heard the Benadryl cookie dough. Jimmy's gonna start telling people that Dan is MAGA.
Well, this has been a fun live. Or at least parts of it.
I hope. It has. Bro probably microwave soda cans. The protein bar to MAGA pipeline. A roller coaster for sure. We needed this.
Okay, is there any chance that
we needed some positive energy and laughs? Is the geese gift still active?
Is the geese gift still active? It's my favorite. Let me check, but really quickly. So Jolly Good Ginger was not showing up in my live tabs until I searched his name, and now he's showing up. Is there any chance that that's because he's covering what's happening in LA, or is it a coincidence? Okay, let me see. Yes, the Relaxed Goose is still active. Knows anymore, honestly. New sticker proposal from subscriber.
They take in the geese.
Thank you, Wikigore. Hard to say that happens to me sometimes with Erica and others. Hi, Emerald.
Jolly is far from quiet, you don't want to mess with him. Why microwave the protein bar when you can just leave it out since your house is 80 degrees? Edrin, it will in a few hours. Dan, don't lie, that microwave protein bar comes out like Taco Bell. At Dan's microwave protein bar, well, Dan has microwaved plenty of other items, so you have options.
Should I tell this story?
Yes. 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 No. Probably. Yes. You absolutely should tell the story. Always tell the story. YWS. Dan, please quit telling us stuff. Yes. 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 Of course. Absolutely. T. If you have to ask. T.
Oh, the Dark Lord's here. Hey, Mac. Okay. Actually, technically, it's not a story. It's more of a question followed up by a statement. No, it's a statement followed up by a question. Okay. Outside of very special circumstances, I have not looked at my outflow in years. I just flush. Y'all look at the results? You should have kept that to yourself. Inside thoughts. And text out? No, not tonight. It gives you clues about your health. You're supposed to. But I'm a nurse. Any signs of illness? I guess I should start. I used to do it, but had a hard life. I've seen some shit. Dolly is live showing him picking up Matt. Oh shit. No pun intended. It shows if you are hydrated. Well, I look at my pee for that. to see if I'm hydrated. Internal bleeding is real. Hemorrhoids are real. So the thing about, wouldn't I feel something off, right? And then that would prompt me to check. When you flush, you're facing right at. No, I flush while I'm still on the toilet. Courtesy flush. Not always. The splashing? Well, okay. Maybe at a public toilet, but my toilet doesn't splash me. When you flush it, send the particles at least 6 feet across the room. Y'all need better toilets. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. My toilet doesn't splash me. I always close the lid before I flush. Okay, hold on. At this point, Ashley, I swear they would believe it. I just gotta close it first. Thanks, Mythbusters. Oh, was that on Mythbusters? Okay. Am I the only one that knows the concept of a courtesy flush? Or is this like a New York thing, a New Jersey thing? In public? I mean, I barely poop in public. Let's be real. No courtesy flush is so real. No, but no, so like, oh, I'm saying like if there's other people in the house, right? Once step 1 takes place, I hit a flush, right? Dan, go to the doctor. You all don't live in a state where there's a drought? No, I don't. Agreed, but the no-look flush is wild. I cut off my BFF because our friendship was already on the down, but her new support for Trump ended it. I don't blame you at all. Oh, Brittany, is it called poopery? I heard sitting on the toilet too long is bad for you. I also heard that. But I also sit on the toilet a long time. But it's usually because I get distracted on my phone. It can give you hemorrhoids. I think that's only if you're pushing the whole time. Don't take your phone with you to take a poo. Or I'm going to take a medieval 1990s poo? No. I need my phone in there. I swear I'm sitting with my kids. You know your family when you're discussing bowel functions. I mean, we are a family here. I may have lost some members today. I always check for a snake in the toilet first because of that one picture from Australia in 2002. Sorry. Off topic. Can I ask how much your ADHD test cost? It was I think it was covered by my insurance. So I paid the specialist copay. My specialist copay this year is $55. So it was my what's her psychiatrist was a specialist. You gained 1 day. Yeah, so it was $55. I don't know what it would have cost without health insurance. You've made an enemy out of me, sir. Wait, Kai, do I have to avoid clicking links now from random numbers? I used to check for spiders in the toilet. Okay, so here's a story. Another story, more Dan lore. When I first moved to Florida, I think I paid approximately $200 insurance. That sounds about right, I would imagine. Because my insurance didn't cover my sleep study, and that was $213. And then an additional $65 to read the study, which is really stupid, but so that sounds about right. I'm still dying when you messaged me to make sure you weren't kidding. ChatGPT could have read the study for you for free. Yeah, exactly. So I actually, okay, I'm going to tell a quick story about this. So I called my insurance today because I had two charges, one for $213 for the sleep study and one for $65, which, by the way, I thought was an error because it said the doctor's name that I'd never seen before. And it said office visit, and I've never been to this doctor. So I called the healthcare provider, and they're like, oh, that was for the doctor to read it. Even though it was a home sleep study, that was for the doctor to read it. I was like, okay, that's crazy, but thanks. Then I called my insurance, and I was like, hey, why am I getting charged $213 if this is a specialist visit? Shouldn't it be $55, my copay? And they were like, well, but it's a specific test that is not necessarily covered, but it would be covered with co-insurance once you hit your deductible, but you haven't hit your deductible. And even if you did hit your deductible, you'd still owe 35%. So just pay the $213. I was like, okay, hold on. But what about the $65 one? Because that literally says office visit specialist. And she was like, oh, you know what? That's a good point. That one should have been $55, not $65. Do you want to file an appeal? I'll send you the form. And I said, you know what? No, it was $10, and I just didn't want to go through all that over $10. But the 213, did you pass your sleep study? I did. I slept. I still haven't had the results read to me yet because I have my neurologist follow up in July. Oh, he's asked for an itemized list too. Yeah, I should have done that. But think about how many lean cuisines that $10 could. That's true, but at some point you got to value your time. And I'm thinking about, so for the 213, of course, if she said an appeal would have had a high likelihood for the 213 to get it down to 55, I would have done it. But to get 65 down to 55, I'm gonna have to fill out a form. I'm gonna have to send the form. I'm gonna have to hopefully get a follow up. And if I don't, then I have to go follow up. It's just. Hear someone from Europe speak about how much we pay just for anything medical over here. Yeah. What's the spider toilet story? Oh, so it wasn't a spider. When I first moved to Florida, I think it was day 2. There was a frog in my toilet. Came up through the hole. Ribbit. In fact, they probably do that to thousands of people. What a ripoff. Yeah. Going to bed. Good night, animals. Good night, Path. I should be going to bed. Hole. How many holes does the toilet have? Was it as big as the Discord frog? It was Did you see it before or after using the toilet? Before. Okay. Nope, I'm not telling that story. I worked for Blue Cross and claims the denials were crazy. I left. I think Blue Cross, when after Luigi allegedly made the news, I think like someone posted like the denial rates, and I think Blue Cross Blue Shield was like really up there. No, I've been bullied all night every time I tell a story. Okay. If you wanted me to continue telling unhinged stories, you shouldn't have shamed me so much for all of the previous ones. It's like when, okay, you know when you stay in your room usually for family get-togethers or whatever, and you finally come down for dinner, and they're like, "Oh, look who finally decided to show up." It's like, why would you say that? Don't you want them to show up? Like, you shouldn't be negatively reinforcing that behavior. It's a positive thing. It's our fault we are not getting the tea. What can be worse than what you've already told us? Dan, don't mute me if they're shit talking me. I love it. Okay. All right. That is so different, and you know it. Okay. I'm talking about people saying like, "Oh, you look like the Ice Age movie," or "You look like," or "How do I block this host?" or "This host is beta." I'm not saying, "Oh, that story you just told us, Dan, is disgusting." Gaslighting in full force. You know these stories will come back to haunt you when you run for governor. Oh my god. That makes me want to tell a different story. Okay, I have a question. Do y'all know Valkyrae? She's a Twitch streamer. I actually don't know if she still streams Twitch, but she was a very big Twitch streamer a few years ago. Dan's slander campaign will go crazy. Okay. I remember a few years ago, she had to apologize for saying no cap on a stack for real for real. Anyone remember that? Why? I think because it was cultural appropriation or something like that. You just pulled that from the depths of my brain. Okay, let me see if I can find it. Like, I think that was the height of cancel culture, right? It had to be.
AAVE, pretty much words that non-black people should not be saying. The phrase that I said last time was something that I've heard my friends say. I thought it was cute and it rhymes and stuff, but it was brought to my attention by mods, actually. I just wanted to clarify that now I know, I'm aware now, and I'm sorry if I offended anyone. I really didn't intend to.
Dan, are you distracting your neurodivergent audience with another story to avoid the story? Maybe. So, you got cooked over no, not just no cap. It was no cap on a stack for real for real. Now, I'm not black, okay? So I obviously can't speak from that community, but I feel like there is no way that like actual black Americans were upset with her. But I could be wrong. This was in 2022. I'm not sure. I I thought it was just general Gen Z lingo. Well, I do think at least her mods were definitely not diverse. Were her mods the ones that were upset? Because yeah, I didn't really follow her, but like when I saw that story, I was like, oh whoa, okay. Her mods pointed out, she said in the video. So I used to have a mod who said that I shouldn't call people I shouldn't call people snakes because it perpetuated like misogyny because snakes are associated with Medusa or something like that. And I was like, but like men can be snakes. In fact, I've probably called more men snakes than women. Do y'all remember what mod I'm talking about? That's such a reach. Yeah, I know. So, I mean, I guess I get that. And Valkyrie is a much bigger creator than I am, so I can see that happening. No cap. The path they had to build to make that connection. Didn't that same mod call everyone misogynist at some point? I don't know, maybe. A lot of people. I feel so left out. Brittany, you didn't miss out much. We got better vibes now. That's a microaggression against reptiles. Wait, no, hold on. Skylar, you're right. Because didn't Gabriella get called a misogynist for something not related to misogyny? I wish I could remember what Gabriella said. Yes, okay, I know who it is. We gotta go back in the lore at some point. Lore time capsule. Oh, you did for staying in the. Oh my, yes. When it went from I'm not asking anyone to pick sides to anyone that's still in that Discord is excommunicated. Oh my god. Yeah, it was. Do y'all know? Wait, how many of you know that Mac was the mole? She was moling for us. Was there a really short name? Yeah. Mod failure should be a dandy. Oh, really? Yeah. And Caffeine got blamed for being the mole. That's how good of a mole Mac was, that they thought it was Caffeine. We would get in trouble for texting while you were live. Yeah. It was the Discord would ping and this person would be like, we shouldn't be messaging Dan during the live. I was like, that was just a notification from Parker's Discord. And then this person would be like, well, the Discord pinged 3 times and there was only 2 notifications from Parker's Discord. I'm a 34-year-old man. Remember the midnight rule? Wait, who remembers the midnight rule? That was so strictly enforced. That she was president of her H. we couldn't curse or something. It was no sexual talk before midnight. And I remember, okay, so this is, so it was basically, there used to no flirting with Dan before midnight. So that was how it like started, but it slowly expanded to like kind of anything flirtatious or sexual. And I remember I pushed back on it for two reasons. One, people were getting muted without even knowing it was a rule. That's number one. And two, I was like, it's not like this is a why is that a rule at all? Well, Brittany, there was a time where we did have a cavalcade of let me see if that word is correct. No, that word is not correct. Dan was getting glazed pretty hard at one point. Yeah. Beyond normal amount of glazing. I don't know why I would get glazed at all. Like, I'm at best on a hear me out cake. Okay, I don't know what. I don't know if everyone just has cabin fever because more than half of the men in America voted for Donald Trump, and then more than half of those are fucking creeps, and then more than half of those. I don't know what it is. Okay, I don't know what was happening. But there was a period. Dan, wait, did I tell you I found you from a thirst trap? No, not the thirst trap account. No. It was fun at first, but then people made it weird. You know what's crazy, Skylar? Some of the people that made it weird were on the other side of the Civil War. Oh, okay. Oh, this lore goes so deep. Okay. So anyway, so I was pushing back and saying like, so obviously like I'm okay with like tamping down the flirting during the live or whatever, but we can't just censor all like sexual stuff pre-midnight. We're adults. I mean, I talk about Trump getting his back blown out by 7 million votes, right? Like, this isn't a child-friendly live, you know? And making him blush on live was funny. He would turn the screen. Yeah. I mean, listen, there were good times. This live has evolved a lot over the past 10 months. Someone used to get so upset when you would let chat misbehave before midnight. Yeah, someone. Right, so why did the mod have an issue with it? I don't remember the original reason. I will say it had been getting to a point where it was getting a little bit out of hand, right? Mormon. I don't think we were ever that bad. Well, Rose, I don't know if you were one of the ones that was that bad. Everyone was acting like godless heathens. Can't lie, I thought she was your girlfriend at first. LOL. A lot of people did actually when the breakup happened. I was bad. I'm still bad. She was not fond of me. I'm not a regular viewer, but I like to support leftist creators when I can. I appreciate that, Zelda. Holy shit, I just realized I went from the finals to Dan and skipped Love Island. Aw. You more so acted like everyone's overprotective mother that said you were always wrong. You know what, actually, Skylar? There was a conversation very, very near when this all blew up, which was in February, So the conversation happened like I'd say early February, where she said something along the lines of we were talking about the rule, right? And I was explaining how I don't like that, like, you're muting people before they even know about the rule's existence. And I also don't even know that we should be like mute. Like basically I was pushing them back on how strict it was, and she said something about like how oh, that's what it was. We were talking about if the rule should even exist on Twitch, because I just started doing multi-streaming. And I was like, well, Twitch is like even more unhinged than TikTok. So, fuck it. Why even have a rule there? And she said something like, why am I picturing Aaron whispering in Grish's ear? Oh, how the turntables. Wait, Liam, about Ashley? That's fucking tea. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, and she's like, well, you have to. Not about her. Okay. Oh, about Liam. Oh God. I see. What was I saying? So it was I lost my train of thought. Oh, so she said like we should treat them this we should treat chat the same everywhere on all the platforms. And I was like, well, like why? And she specifically said it's like raising children. And so first of all, I had to push back on that for two reasons. I'm like, number one, I don't like the idea of thinking of my chat as children. That's number one. But number two, would you treat your child the same if they were acting up in church versus if they were acting up in a grocery store? And she was like, yes, absolutely. That's how you're supposed to parent. Santana cooking a MAGA boomer Karen on Parker's Live. He treats it like a parenting thing. She said, you're the dad, I'm the mom, and there are babies. Yeah, no, it was anyway. Then it was actually 4 months to the day of the Valentine's Day live that started the whole Civil War, so I love tea time with Dan. Hey. No, Brittany, I don't think so. I don't think it was like that. I think it was I think it was just a control thing. Dan was just trying to be matchmaker and imploded the mods. But you met the one that stole your heart. That wasn't through the dating show, to be fair. There is somebody. I'm not gonna say who, because they didn't say that they wanted people to know. But I'm trying to remember. If I can access if. Okay, there is somebody that was actually not that actually didn't come up for the dating show, that met their current significant other on that live. Wait, Liam, did he Did this person say that we can talk about it? He's okay with it. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, Tanner. He did on my live. Okay, cool, perfect. Dark Lord. Yeah, so Tanner actually didn't get a chance to come up because there were no contestants left. Dan always freezes. Okay, yeah. So Tanner is currently with Tanner met his current significant other on that live. Which is awesome. However, one of the former mods that was on that live was upset with me that that live was more for entertainment than finding true love. You know, that dating show we held on a political TikTok live? That one. Oh, Brittany, this is a different mod. But they were on the same side of the Civil War. It was me. Yeah, because you were supposed to permanently match everyone and go through every possible like or dislike. You didn't use the approved questions. The ChatGPT questions. It was, if you could describe your love life as a former US president, who would it be? Bro. I'm pretty sure I was there for the V-Day stream, but I don't remember this tea. If you weren't in the Discord, then you didn't see any of the tea. The tea was all afterwards. Y'all don't understand how it was like a real life plot twist where I end the live thinking, all right, that live was gas. Okay. There were like 3 major things to learn for next time. But chat loved it. The contestants loved it. We had special guests. Johnny was co-hosting. That live was good. Okay. Can't wait to do this again. End of the live. Check Discord. And the mods are like, hey, you know that was horrible, right? FDR gonna need a wheelchair. Bush because my love life a whole war. The worst was them trying to make Dan out to be a terrible person because they didn't get what they wanted. Skylar was a real one during that whole situation. I'm glad I wasn't there for that. Wait, you didn't watch the dating live at all? Yeah, I saw them say that I never got it, then shit popped off. Oh, I was there. Yeah, I thought you were there. So I don't know. Maybe I'm misreading what you're saying. So when's the next? I listened to half of it, then I had to go to family time. Some people just don't like fun. It was good and funny. I thought so. I mean, I'm definitely down to do it again next Valentine's Day. I still don't know what the problem was. I thought I came up at the end. You did, yeah. That's right. Oh my god. I can't believe it's been 4 months. Or was that another day? I think you did come up at the end. Wait, okay. No, I remember. I wanted to bring you up to co-host, but like when you asked to come up, I didn't read the text, and then when I texted you back, you were watching Daddy Diablo's live. I think that's what it was. Something like that. But I think you ended up coming up at the end. Year 5 Luffy came out on my anniversary, and I told my husband we couldn't do shit so I could watch. I don't blame you at all. There wasn't actually a problem. There were people who had problems. Was it the fake proposal? I think it might have been. Maybe. I'm not sure if it was that night. I will say the reason you needed to co-host was because a certain mod really didn't like Johnny co-hosting. Like, really didn't like Johnny. You know, I thought he was kind of perfect for that position. Was it? Our anniversary is on Valentine's Day until we set the date for our wedding. Oh, and are you guys changing the anniversary then, I guess? Wait, I just realized. I've never been married. More information. When people get married, do they just erase their old anniversary, or do they still have it like because their anniversary is when they get married? So like the prior anniversary is not like as important anymore, right? Like it's like, oh, the anniversary that we started dating, or I do both. Some people celebrate both. You good? You haven't missed anything. You get to choose. They just realized it. I got married on my anniversary. I wasn't erasing 7 years and starting counting again. My ex and I got married on our dating anniversary. Oh, I mean that's cool. I think that's if your anniversary falls on a weekend that year, then it's even cooler. But I've known people to get married on Tuesdays. Never marrying again. Guy who microwaves protein bars doesn't know own marital status. Choosing which day to annually forget is crucial. Do you remember who paid for the fake proposal? Yes. Yes, and I'm very sad that I think of all the former mods, that's the one that disappointed me the most. Not that they ever said anything negative or were a part of the problem or anything, but they did leave with the outgoing mods. Who are these people in chat? Let Tristan debate, and then there's a guy named Tristan. Why are there two people here that are? Bro, what is there to even debate? Unless you want to debate the Valentine's Day live. Tristan's friends. Where you been, Dan? So I wasn't live yesterday because I was helping Mac move, but before that, I don't know. My schedule's just been kind of on and off. Debate microwave protein bars. All right, Tristan, tell me what topic you'd like to debate, and then I'll bring you up. Other is crazy. Tristan and his one friend in chat. We've been debating stuffing and microwave usage enough. I actually should be ending my live soon. It's 1:44, and I've been pretty good about not staying up too late. Let's talk about why you're against Trump. Who says I'm against Trump? Just change your time zone. Your crowd? Wait, I have a crowd? Where's my crowd? Him and his alt is wild. Friendly debate, brother. Okay, all right, Tristan. Then tell me who Easton is. Why is Easton trying to get me to debate you? What's the story? Give me some backstory here. I don't know him for real. Okay. See, now you're lying. Now we got a problem. Roommates, and they were roommates. Who else drives by a road work ahead sign and says road work ahead? I sure hope it does. Every single time. Yeah, me too. Hurricane Tortilla. We have debated Parker and Dean and destroyed them. Okay, so Tristan, explain yourself. Easton just said you guys double teamed Parker and Dean. So who's telling the truth here? Yo, I don't even know what this live's about anymore. Tristan double teaming out in these TikTok streams. Oh god. I really should go to sleep. But I gotta put this meal up again. Something about Tristan just reminded me of this. Don't sleep, stay woke. It's okay, femboy. Tristan, does people saying no upset you to the point where you have to call people names? Like, I just didn't want to debate. I mean, you can call me a femboy if you want. I don't mind. I don't mind. W femboys. For real. I think he's coming on to you, Dan. I'm taken. He just wants to flirt for a minute, Dan. Well, it is after midnight. It's supposed to be an insult. When it's coming from someone on the right, it is. Oh, okay. All right. Here's something. Here's a question. So I remember a couple months ago, someone said that the word twink was a slur. And I remember thinking that doesn't sound right to me. And so I asked some gay friends, and they all said, no, it's not. So like, I don't know if that's one of those things where like the people are getting offended on behalf of other people, right? Like, you can use it as a slur, I suppose. Like, if you're calling a gay person a twink as an insult, I guess that's technically a slur. But the word twink, I don't. Based on my anecdotal evidence of speaking to gay people that I know in my life, they were like, no, we use that all the time. It's not a slur. What if I got to twink my settings? I don't know what that means. See, I don't know. Weak. I think what you said is correct. Yeah, because I think like there are definitely times where wait, I just remembered that. Hold on. Dan is a ladder puller and won't host another dating show. Imagine coming on this live and reading this caption and being like, "Debate me, bro." Twink is a descriptor like bear, otter, etc. I don't know what an otter is. Might have to Google that. It is subjective. It's used pretty commonly in the South as a slur. It's more of an insult, I think, but people definitely use it as a slur. Yeah, it's so I think it's when we say slur, colloquially, like a word is a slur. I think usually it's interpreted as like this word should never be used. And with a lot of slurs, that is the case, right? Like this word will always be offensive. But Irish in 5. But I think in the case of twink, it's like it can be used as a slur if you are using it to describe a gay person and intend to harm by using it, right? Because you could theoretically use it to describe a gay person, and it's because that gay person is built like a twink. I think any word can be used as an insult, but I don't think it's typically the third one. Yeah. It's almost like I don't think straight people should be using those words. I don't think that's where it comes from. Someone Google the etymology. I'm lazy. All right, hold on. Wait. I still have this melted protein bar plate in front of me. The origin of the term twink is debated, with multiple theories suggesting various origins within the LGBTQ+ community and beyond. Whilst the earliest use of twink to describe young, skinny gay men is linked to the 1950s, its precise etymology remains unclear. If a Republican says it, it's bad. If my friend says it to me, it's fine. Yeah, I get that. For sure. Dan's lives are one of... What does the Urban Dictionary say? So there is a theory that it stems from twinkle toes, in which case that would be coming from a derogatory term, because twinkle toes was used as a derogatory term towards gay men in the early 1900s. So if it comes from that, then but this is one of many theories. So there's another theory that it comes from the word twank, which is British slang for gay men involved in sex work back in the early 1900s. A more popular theory proposes that twink evolved from the snack cake Twinkies, with some suggesting it was influenced by the cake's creamy filling and boyish appearance. I feel like a Republican came up with that one. That was almost as bad as Snake. Twink isn't a slur. It may be used offensively in a way meant to degrade, but by default, not a slur at all. A twink is literally a body type descriptor used by queer men. Yeah, this is what I thought. You know what it's like? So someone said it before. Like if a Republican says that to me, then it's a slur, and if my friend said that to me, then it's fine. It's kind of like how like calling someone a Jew on its own is not bad, but if you say they're a Jew, right? If you put some stank on it, then whoa, like relax. It's subjective to the context. What's up with the prompt? I left for a bit. I'm just gonna take it down. I've always said Jewish people because I thought it was. Oh yeah, I don't think it is. You made me think of South Park. I don't think just calling somebody a Jew is a slur. It's just that usually when people do that, they're like, oh, he's a Jew. Like it's okay. That person wears white cloaks and shit. I'm going to do a collection of Dan's weird prompts and make a slideshow at the end of the year. It's kind of, what it's like. Wait, actually, this is an Office reference. When Oscar says that he's Mexican, and Michael is like, "Do you have another term that isn't as offensive?" And Oscar's like, "Mexican's not offensive." You can make it sound bad and use it badly, but it's not a bad word. LOL. I love The Office so much. Yeah, me too. Wait, Louis in YouTube chat. It's black versus black. I don't know how to pronounce how you're writing it. Jew versus Jew and white versus white. It's like a normal person saying Jedi versus a Sith saying Jedi. Okay, I can see that. Pickles called someone an effing Pop Tart once, and it was the best insult somehow. LOL. When you put the emphasis on it hard, it's always going to sound bad. Oh, I see what you're saying. Lavender, I don't know how long it's been, but thank you for the raid on Twitch. I have heard of other Latinos intending to use Mexican as a slur. Wild. Hard K. Not the hard K. Good night, Starscream. Thank you, Rose. All right, we should call it, but I'm kind of having fun. Something about this live, it's just like hanging out with the squadron. That is too stimulating. I missed late night Dan lives. Yeah, I had been setting alarms to like remind me to end the live, and then I turned them off while I was helping Mac move because we were going to bed super early, and I didn't want to like wake up an hour after falling asleep. So that's probably why I haven't ended the live yet. Did you hear the Latinos for Trump leader was picked up by ICE? I think I did hear that. Story time I won't bully. I don't even remember what the story was. What were we talking about? Coffee, coffee, coffee. I heard that too. Should we just do a 24-hour live? Oh shit, what time is my protest tomorrow? Remember the 24-hour live? I do. Oh. Oh, wait, there's a lot of locations. I thought it was just going to be like in Tampa. There's like over 10 no, I know. No, okay. I know they're everywhere. I meant like major cities. Like there's like over 10 just in the Tampa Bay area. That's what I mean. I know that it's in everywhere across the country. Do you have a dog? No, I don't. They're in little towns. Okay, but some of these are like 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. 2-hour protests in the morning. Some of them are parades with permits. I just signed up for 2 tickets with 10 different friends for the parade tomorrow. Oh God, the parade. But we can't go. Oh no! Oh no, Kristen. Dan's like, I do enough on here, lol. No, that's not what I mean. I'm saying like it seems like not a lot. Like 2-hour parade at 10 a.m. Okay, so when it's not a parade, protest. When is the parade actually? Now that I think about it, if the parade is at 10 a.m., then maybe that makes more sense. $45 million parade for an hour, absolutely insane. Skip that. Watch Dan. It's supposed to be e-storming there. We have to rake our trees tomorrow, then we have to vacuum our trees. Don't forget to fold the dishes. You want it to be in prime time? Okay, hold on. Let me look up. When is military parade? Damn, I didn't get a spot as a seat filler. Okay, well, let me get back to Doug. Because if I don't have to drive all the way to Tampa, then yeah. So what I'm thinking is cooler with ice. How is so right now I have 40 bottles of water in my fridge. But I feel like 40 is not a lot. But if I'm not going to Tampa, maybe 40 is a lot. Not enough. Yeah, if I was going to the Tampa protest, yeah. But if I'm going to one closer to me, double it. I don't think I could fit another case. First of all, I have to go buy. So this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking of going to Sam's Club, buying water and ice. Put it in a cooler in my trunk. Wait, are you in Florida? I swear I thought you were in New York. I used to live in Jersey. Don't they have refrigerated bottles at the store? Not in cases. I don't think. If you can get more, 40 isn't up. So more than 40 is easy, right? I can just pick up a case of water. It's more than 40 cold. I want to hand out cold bottles of water. It's gonna be like 90 degrees tomorrow. In Florida, be careful because our cops are out to run people over. I know. Yeah. You have a cooler with wheels? I think my parents do. And check the TikTok DMs. Okay, give me one. I can actually go to one protest from 10 to 12 and then another one from 12 to 2. Protest hopping. Freeze one case. Y'all saw the lean pocket, the lean cuisines in my freezer. I don't think I have room for freezing a case. Dan, do you have a deviated septum? I think I do. I also think I have astigmatism, but I'm not 100% on either of those. Okay. Dan's gonna end up drinking all the water he brings. Let me check those TikTok DMs. Wait. America? America 250. On July 4th, 2026, our nation will commemorate and celebrate the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. The journey towards this historic milestone is an opportunity to pause and reflect on our nation's past, honor contributions of all Americans, and look ahead towards the future. June 14th, 2025, celebrate 250 years of service. Stand in tribute to generations of American soldiers who have defended freedom, upheld our Constitution, and carried the torch of liberty around the world. With President Donald J. Trump in attendance, this historic celebration will feature powerful displays of patriotism, including flyovers, military vehicles, living history reenactments, and moving tributes to the courage, sacrifice, and commitment of our men and women in uniform. Sign up for those RSVPs, y'all. Is it? Do we know the max capacity? Because I'm curious. By the way, I love the content. Thank you. Do you think Zoran has a chance of winning mayor at all, or is it just going to Cuomo? Let's look at the polls. I don't know. I see mayor polls. There's a chance. Two-person per ticket. Yeah, but I mean, like how many tickets are available? And spread the word for people to do pranks at the parade, blue tongues, blue chalk, etc. Okay, I gotta go to bed. All right. There's 248 of you in here to celebrate the 248th birthday of this country. We're gonna do a raid, all right?
The comparison.
I mean, I'm sure that they've taught you that stealing is bad. Isn't that right?
I'm not really caring about the stealing. What are we talking about?
About how you telling me that I should learn about LGBTQ and all that.
I'm not telling
saying
you
that I'm
you
not really
should.
wanting to learn.
Did I really? No.
Stay safe tomorrow, Dan. We love you. Love you too. And everyone that's going out and protesting, make sure to stay safe. We are going to. I said I was going to raid Allison like a month ago, but I think she starts her lives after I already end my lives usually, or I don't know. It hasn't. The timing hasn't worked out, except right now. So we're gonna raid. It's Allison. Everyone, tomorrow, make sure to stay safe, stay vigilant, and stay hydrated. I love you all so much, and I will hopefully see you guys tomorrow night for lives. Possibly, I'll be live tomorrow for the protest. I'm not sure. But this is her @ right here. If a mod wants to pin that. Thank you, Liam. All right, y'all. I'll see you in there. Have a good night. Bye, Twitch. Bye, YouTube.